The exits are here and here and here. Put the mask on yourself first. I got it. So yeah, make sure you have all of your stuff at your fingertips. This is not something that you can do on your phones. All right.
I love it. Let's go ahead and kick this thing off. Guys, welcome back into the Innovators Think Tank. This is week number 2 of amazing series that we call Idea to Impact. And this has been brought to life by the Tech in Schools Initiative, as you guys know. But we are on week number 2 of building our WordPress site from idea to impact. Those of you who were here last week, you're here on time today. Great to see you guys. If you're here for just the first time for the second week, be sure that you message Ross, Nick, Alisher, Sarah, myself, so we can kind of get you caught up or at least tell you some of what's going on. So just a couple things that I want to do to kick off the space here. Week number 2 would be remind everybody where I'm really stoked about the agenda, about what is going down this weekend. So if you've not already, make sure you set your reminder, and get ready for Saturday. That'll be quite exciting. So I'm excited to see you guys there. If you are listening to us on another platform, maybe you're on Instagram, Twitch, LinkedIn, wherever you guys are, welcome into the Innovators Think Tank week number 2. It is great to have you on additional platforms. If you have any questions, any comments, be sure to come on over to X. This is our two-way audio street over here. If you're on the Innovators Think Tank website or anywhere else, you only have access to us speaking to you, but not the other way around. Also, do keep in mind that we have a comment section available not only here on X, but on the Innovators Think Tank website for all of you who might be tuning in from other platforms. Um, a couple quick notes would be we do have an X community here. I think TSI also has an X community as well. Sarah, I think do you have an X community? Humans build cool things. If not, you got to make one. But nonetheless, guys, we're going to put these in the Jumbotron. These are great places to connect with the familiar faces that you see here. I know it's tough as we kind of pass by each other to follow everybody and connect with them, but surely inside these larger communities, I know that TSI/Pixio AI Tutor one, as well as the Innovators Think Tank, is a great place to go and just connect with folks who are here. Also, to post and tell us what you're doing. If you're inside this room and if you have yet to post in the bottom right hand corner and tell us why you're here, what you're building. Obviously, you're here to build a WordPress site, but what are you building? Tell us about it. Dave Meir pointed out a couple weeks ago. He said, "Hey, we shouldn't be building solo. We're in this community. What ways can we sort of transform our ideas?" And maybe I mean that even more like a pun, literally transformer. Put together the different aspects of what we're building to build something even better. So tell us what you're doing. Put it in the bottom right hand corner. Find some people in this room to connect with. Also, if you're building something for your business or even for a personal website, folks, the Innovators Think Tank on Saturday is a great place to come and learn pillars of innovation that you'll need for your business. It's an amazing place to come and pitch for 60 seconds to an audience of innovators and get feedback. So don't let it stop here. Don't let the feedback loop of learning stop with you. Be sure that you're applying the 60-second pitches. We have a spot on the website to make that possible. I believe in the upper right hand corner. It takes no time at all, but we'd love to see you guys on Saturday for your pitches. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Again, we are building a WordPress site Idea to Impact series. This is week number 2. The Tech in Schools Initiative leading this with Sarah sitting right next to them, ensuring everybody is getting the support, the love that they need. This is just, none of this is possible without Ross, Nick, Alisher, Sarah, Luke, Cash, Mattia. Just thank you guys for making this possible. Over at the Tech in Schools, they have some amazing partners that are contributing to our success, not only week 1, but all of the weeks. And I think it's important to take a moment just on behalf of using these tools and having TSI and their partners provide such a wonderful experience, just to say thank you. A big thank you to DigitalOcean, I believe WordPress, cPanel, Divi Builder, of course AI Tutor. I got to shout out AI Tutor, and I'm sure there might be one or two I'm missing, but I believe these partners and sponsors are all encompassed right there, and we want to thank you guys for what you've done to help innovators transform ideas to impact. That doesn't happen without resources and access to more opportunity. And I think when these larger companies realize that in this setting we can really make a difference, it makes all the difference when they contribute. So thank you to each and every one of the partners. Let's go ahead and open up this session. I know that we have a whole agenda to cover. We're just on week 2. We're just climbing the mountain, so to say. And I would love to give it on over to Sarah. Maybe first, Sarah, if you have any thoughts, if I missed anything, if there's any notes you want to share with folks as we begin the second class of the series, I'd love to give you the mic, and then we'll open it up to the guys. I'm assuming they're all locked and loaded with GPUs rolling about. That apartment or that home or wherever, that office is probably very hot. No kidding. I know that's not all on site. Sarah, we'll go ahead and go over to you. Any thoughts that you have as we start off the week, and then Ross will get you in the mix here. Great to have you guys.
I'm just laughing because the Bat Cave is obviously a controlled environment in the cloud somewhere. Welcome to everybody here tonight. It could be daytime. I know for Britta, it's in the middle of the night for her. Just know too, I want to give a little asterisk up at the top. Um, we have a post-mortem on Thursday morning. Your health is really important to us. And so, stick with us as long as you can. But just know that if you do need to take a break, need to walk away from the computer, need to get some rest, have a real job, all of the above, um, you can log out. It's okay. We're not going to take offense to it. And we'll see you in the morning where you have a condensed and distilled down evening or morning at that point on Thursday. So if you need to just check out, don't worry about it. The other thing is, if you have questions, comments, concerns, I will be trolling the purple bubble down below. You're more than welcome to DM me. I'll be checking those too. We understand that you're on a laptop, which means we can't see the hands. If you just give a quick wave, you can practice now if you want, so I know who's on laptops and who isn't. Um, that would be helpful. And like I said earlier, make sure you have your notepad and keep bookmarking as you go along. That's my little secret hack, is that sometimes we move real quickly and sometimes the shared screen is difficult to see. So you want to make sure that you're keeping track of your, you know, breadcrumbs, for lack of a better term. Highly recommend right now to go ahead and log into the Innovators Think Tank website so that you can see the live stream. That's very important. We have lots of different kinds of learners in our ecosystem this evening. And I just wanted to make sure, I was in a space earlier, and this might not be something that affects you, but I wanted to tell you, I am not going to use the phrase, uh, tell me like a 5-year-old. And the reason why is because we're adults and sometimes that can feel demeaning. And I wanted to make sure that I brought that up personally because I had a grandmother that had a stroke and had to use a lot of childlike toys in order to, get her brain back. And I never thought of it in that term until earlier this morning. And I just wanted to put it out there that, you know, there are no bad questions. There are no questions that are too small or too big. And there's no speed at which, we have to go. If something is not clicking with you, you make sure you tell me, because I am willing to be the sacrificial, whatever, to say, hey, we do not get it. If you're having struggles or troubles behind the scene, give us a hand up. And if you don't want to speak, I will be more than happy to be the voice of the voiceless if need be. But I'm not going to use that term anymore. Just personally, because I respect each and every one of you that are taking the big step to be here. I know that it's brave for a lot of you to learn a new skill, especially at different stages in your life. And this is a new skill. It's not just about the website, it's about the mindset that is willing to adapt to emerging technology and the willingness to learn in a different environment than most people are comfortable with. We're all learning this together in this digital makerspace. So I just want to put that out there. I'm proud of each and every one of you. You're investing in yourself. You're hacking your own education. You are learning on your terms. That's pretty damn spectacular. So without further ado, I'm going to see if the gentlemen are all ready to start. If not, I can fill you in with some interesting things that have happened in Twitter land or X land. But I'm ready to welcome both Alisher and Ross. I'm not sure which face is behind the Tech in Schools, but thank you to each of them. I know they've been working incredibly busy behind the scenes to make sure that this evening runs as smooth as we can possibly make it, given technology is designed to humble us. So Have a wonderful evening this evening, friends. We're going to learn something cool. So go on to greatness.
Sarah, and I'll just go ahead and grab the mic real quick. I know we're bringing Ross back up. I want to encourage everybody just to do two things real quick, two calls to action. Number one, you want to have the Innovators Think Tank website open, right, on the calendar date for today. That's how you have the live stream as well as all of the resources are right below that. You can look at the agenda and look at the flow of the event. So do keep in mind, right now, you're going to head over to innovatorsthinktank.com or click on the link in the Jumbotron. And if you haven't already, connect your X account to the Innovators ecosystem. There's a lot there and even more coming thanks to Luke. But also, if you are wanting to be part of, the two-way audio experience, have your X open as well. If you just want to be on the Innovators Think Tank website or whatever platform you're on, you surely will get the audio, but it's hard for us to hear from you unless you post a comment on the ITT website or right here on X. So I want to encourage everybody. Again, we're taking action on two things, making sure we have the live stream in front of us. And then if we're wanting to be in this space, that we come on over to X and we can grab the mic at any time. If you have any questions, no question is a dumb question. Please feel free to come up and grab this mic at any point at all. Ross, I noticed that you're back up on stage. I think everybody has what they need in front of them, all of the resources, all of the tools, the agenda, the stage is set, innovators are ready. We're recording. Let's go ahead and do this, sir. We'll give you the mic. Tell us what we're up to today, and let's get week 2 rolling.
Hey, so my my mic was definitely not working before, but now it is. How is everybody? We have a ton of stuff to do today, mainly in and around like how exactly to use Divi and Divi Builder, and we're gonna make custom pages, and we're gonna learn how to put stuff on them. We're gonna learn how to embed stuff. We're gonna learn how to add plugins. We're gonna learn how to add styles. It's gonna be fun. But here's the kicker: if you're sitting in this room right now and like you do not have a cPanel, that's not good. So if you don't know how to log in, you haven't logged in, you're like, what is going on? Someone tell me, take a minute, log in. Everyone be in your cPanel, because if you're not, following is going to be a little bit difficult. So if you don't know how to get in, raise your hand, come to the top now, and I can help you.
We have a number of people that are struggling with logins. I know that Rutrow is down below, and I wanted to make sure that Visual Life, they needed a Divi account, and I didn't know if you had them on the back end or not. I can't quite figure out if they had already had one and can't log in,
I can make
or
it really easy, so easy to understand. You actually don't need an account. What you need is to have a cPanel. If you have a cPanel, you have everything you need and already activated Divi. You don't need a Divi account at all.
excellent, Smithers. I hope that answers your question, Visual Life. Rutrow, we're gonna try to figure out why your login's not working. Hopefully you had it saved, because I'll tell you what, I'm having the same issue with my WordPress in general. I don't know why it's not linking in it, but sometimes just refreshing, or if you have your cache is kind of wonky, that can happen too.
All right, so guys, everyone needs to listen and understand 3 things. 1, login to hosting is not WordPress. Login to hosting is not cPanel. There's like levels to this. So first you would get into
Sorry, Ross. I just fracked up everybody's mind.
First,
Sorry.
you would get into hosting. Once in hosting, you would have the way to get into cPanel. Once in cPanel, you can get to WordPress. And you don't actually need a password to get to WordPress. You just click a button and you're teleported to your administration panel. So if you're not able to do that simple flow, you need to do it like 5 times right now until you understand it. So if I'm logged into hosting, which I'm live right now, I'm simulating being Cordell. And he's not here, so he won't be mad, but he won't care either way. So if I'm Cordell and I click my order number, hold on, that's a good idea. Discord, go away. Let me just find where that is, because that's going to be annoying. Okay, goodbye. So my username is Cordell, right? This is to get to cPanel. I would copy this, right? And I would paste it. I wouldn't click it. Or I would go to my URL, which you know what your URL is, /cPanel. Once there, I would use this password. I'm not going to hit view. It's Cordell's private password, guys. So just hit the button. Then you're here. If you're here, Your next step is just going to applications, and your WordPress is right here. That's the simple steps. That's it. You just go to hosting, click your order number, log into cPanel, click WordPress. If you did not do that or it does not work, you're not going to be able to follow anything starting now. So you should come up to the stage, like quickly, fairly quickly, one by one, or as many people as we can fit, and let's try to fix these problems. I'm here on live stream. I could simulate being any one of you. So if you have an issue, come up. I assume no emoji, no raise hand. Everyone's good. We good?
I think we have already coming up on stage. And Bill, I noticed you were putting up like a hand or some emojis. If you guys are on the PC, I know raising your hand is impossible. They chop off your hands before you start on the PC. We get it. So just put up, some emojis a couple times. Sarah, Cash, or Mattia, we'll be able to call on you guys if we see those. We promise. Artie, let's go right over to you. Any questions or comments? And Bill, if you had something, feel free to wave that hand or spam some emojis, and we'll get over to you, sir. Artie, mic is yours.
Well, he just answered my question, so I was able to get in. So thank you.
Excellent, Bill. And guess what? I am so excited. This is the first time you've ever spoken in Spaces. Isn't that true?
Well, what happened the last time is my question got answered, and then I decided to go off as a speaker, and then it would never let me come back as a speaker after that because I'm unverified. I guess you're only allowed one request to be speaker.
Well, you can park yourself right up there in the speakers panel because I'm excited for you, and I'm glad that you are now branching out and learning a new skill, not just in this respect, but also learning how to be a part of X Spaces, because that's a very big step for you, and I'm excited for you. So I'm glad that you're here. You can put your mic back on mute so it's not live. If you have the little purple mic down below, that means you're live, which means we can all hear what's going on in the background. So just be aware. There you go. Excellent. Artie, go ahead, hun. Take your mic off mute.
Hey, Ross. My credentials are not working. I understand how to get there and everything.
So wait, when you say credentials, which layer?
When I get to cPanel from the
Your
DigitalOcean portal.
Credential doesn't work.
Sorry,
That's,
what?
That's you're saying your cPanel doesn't work right now.
Yeah, and I'm like, if I show password, use that password, copy paste everything, it's invalid.
Okay, hold on. I gotta simulate you without showing your password to the whole galaxy right now. If I can get in, Artie, that means you did something wrong. Hold on, stand by, 2 seconds. Here we go. Username is Artie, obviously. Password is a crazy password, you already know. And success. So Artie, it's my favorite saying. It's a you problem.
It's a you problem. Sorry,
All right,
Artie.
let me give that another try.
That is my
okay,
coffee
Artie,
mug.
just, like,
It
try
is a
again.
you problem.
Just try again. Like, honestly, I'm in. So I can promise you it's not an actual real problem. So if you really, really cannot get in, I would say switch browsers or do something.
It was a space after my username.
Yep, that's typically what it is. There you go. Always paste somewhere else before pasting the password. Just a simple pro tip. Put it in like a text editor, see what's actually coming out, and you'll catch like an extra space.
Capital letters too. They're no bueno. I see that Sharon has a hand up, love. Go ahead.
I have the same problem as Artie.
Check for the extra space. It's usually the space at the end or, just a capital letter, but definitely try again. And I think that Ross could probably emulate you to also, that kind of sounds weird. I want to emulate you.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm going to do is emulate you if you have an issue. Like, I'm just going to go in there and pretend to be you and then see that it works.
Yeah, can you please do that? Because I entered my email, I think it's right, and the password is just not working, so I don't know where the space is supposed to go.
All right, Sharon, let's see. I'm not going to say it yet, but you know it's coming.
Uh-oh.
I will tell you too, if you are in the speakers panel well, you are an open target. So just be aware that that happens, and it's a
I'm
good
drop
thing.
down the listeners when I'm done with this.
No, you're not. You're
All
staying
right.
right there.
This is it, Sharon. The moment of truth. Is it whose problem is it right now?
It's a me problem. I know that by now. It's a me problem.
Okay, here we go. Hold on.
I
Here
beat
we
you
go.
first with that
And
you
of course, it's a problem, Sharon. It works. So just try again. Look at what you're copying and pasting. Look for an extra space. I'm in your account right now, live on stream.
Oh my gosh. What am I doing wrong? Oh man, it says that I can't get in. What am I doing wrong?
Check to see if you have an extra space at the end of your password.
I don't.
Or username at the end of
Check.
your username.
Yeah, try the username.
Hey,
I
Ross.
don't. I don't see any, I don't see what's wrong. I don't know where I'm messing up.
So I'm logged in as you right now.
Okay.
It says to me, hold on, let me go.
Talking about DigitalOcean, right?
So what the link you're on should say cPanel, it should be like orange, right?
Oh no, I'm trying to get into DigitalOcean.
See, that's a different layer.
I'm sorry.
So DigitalOcean, I actually can give you the super secret link. So all you gotta do, Sharon, actually, no, I got it. I already have it here. Copied. Someone sent it. I'm gonna give this to you. You click this link, you log into hosting. You do not need a password. We created this as a simple way to help users get in and help students get in when they couldn't, because sometimes we're dealing with like middle schoolers here. So we have to be able to fully be able to get in passwordless.
Okay. So I don't even have an existing password for Ocean Protocol or what?
No, you do. I'm in your account. Just click the link I just DM'd you, and you're gonna get teleported into your account.
Thank
Where
you.
you can then, once in your account, it should look like this.
Yep. Okay.
No, it's okay.
And that's, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's your password. You can get in, and then you should be good.
Can I always use that link that you just sent me?
Yeah, just don't give it to anyone, obviously.
Of course
That's
not. Of course
a
not.
very bad link to give somebody.
Thanks so much.
Excellent, Sharon. Amy, you had a question next.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. Ross, I have a me problem. I don't know where my password is or like remember I don't even remember what it was. I mean, yeah, it was just like a bunch of random yeah, it wasn't saved. So, can you help me? Is there a possibility you can help me? I'll do anything, really, truly.
You got to sing. No, I'm just kidding. He's
Make
got
her
you in
do
the
it.
song.
Me, la 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 la.
Alistair will DM you a link, which will get you right in, the secret link. If anyone needs a secret link, just let us know. It's just not the securest of the links, but it does work. I would definitely not put that anywhere, but just to yourself or via your email, because if you post that anywhere, people can get into your account immediately and take over your server.
All right. And I can like change the password anyway once I get in there and
So
remember it.
you could.
Right?
So okay, wait. Let's talk about that. So you could change hosting. So hosting.mytsi.org. Feel free to change that. If you change cPanel, the world explodes.
Okay, yeah, no. I mean, like, but once I get in, I can change. I can change the password
Again,
for
when you're
no.
in hosting, yes. If you're in cPanel and hit change password, everything goes bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna change anything. I'm just gonna save it
That's right.
somehow or
That's
whatever.
right.
And like
Don't change
LastPass
anything.
or something. Yeah. All
But
right.
you
All right.
guys
Thank
are
you.
able to get in. It's like a huge issue because then you just simply can't do these things that we're doing right now.
it's always better safe than sorry. In these classes, we're playing in a digital playpen, right? So there's always a want, and I will tell you, we're all entrepreneurs in spirit, which means we push buttons and we test things and we try to break them because that's who we are. But in this specific situation, you want to sit on your hands and don't do it, because there is the chance that you lose the good stuff that's in your backpack, your digital backpack. So just, I know how hard it is because you're trained to always change your passwords. In this sense, don't do it yet. Jeff, I'm going to go to you first, and then I'm going to go back to Sharon because she might have a, a new issue, a new me problem. But go ahead, Jeff.
I was having the same problem with the username and password last week, and it was and Russ flies across screens like Speedy Gonzalez. But I finally caught on to a trick that he uses, which is instead of trying to highlight from left to right, like I think most people will do to do a copy and paste, go from right to left. I don't know why, but it seems to work a lot better at eliminating those spaces. And that made all the difference for me being able to get through that login process more easily. So just thought I'd throw that out.
Well, that's good. I'm glad it helped you. And yeah, guys, the thing is, I'm going to tell you what I tell my students, like when I'm actually teaching in a classroom of high school, middle school, college, or whatever. You don't want to spend 2 hours logging in, guys. Spend 2 hours outside of class logging in and DM us and we'll help you. But we can't really do this. I mean, we could. We're just not going to get as far as you'd want. You don't want to do this every single time. So if we're going to go through it today, please take notes or try to remember or review the live stream. Because remember, it is streaming live 24/7, 7 days a week. You can see the replay at your leisure. Please take the opportunity to see the part where we're logging in and listen to this again until it's super easy for you. It should be very easy, like logging into Facebook or Twitter.
And the other thing too is that you're going to gain a muscle memory when you go through the steps over and over again. It's just like if you were in martial arts, right? You can't just show up and think that you can do your forms. You have to show up in increments and continue to practice every single form over and over again. And eventually your mind doesn't even think through it. It's just pure muscle memory. And in a lot of sense, many of you don't do this day in and day out. I know I don't. This is not my forte. But after class, I'm very disciplined about going through all the steps again and just kind of rehashing it until it becomes a flow. Because once that happens, then you know what to look for, right? So thank you, Jeff, for coming up. That was very, very nice of you to share with everybody. Sharon, go ahead, love.
I mean, I've logged into so many places in my life. I'm 46. I've been using the internet for probably over 25 years. I cannot get in. Am I that dumb? I'm on.
No, you're not dumb.
Hell no, Sharon.
You know, I'm on cPanel now. I'm entering my user. It's telling me I'm supposed to enter an email, but what I wrote down last week was just my first name and then the password. Why is it not working? Is that really? Am I really that dumb?
Where are you? Do you see a cPanel red logo?
Yeah, of course. I'm in cPanel, right? I'm in cPanel ID. Is that not the right place to be?
No.
Okay, fuck. So I did fuck up. Okay, I'm sorry. Oops.
I don't know how you got there, but the problem with this, guys, is not only did you make a mistake, but your mistake is kind of easy. What's more difficult is when you do actually log in, if you actually do get into cPanel ID, what ends up happening is you're routed to a place and you end up buying cPanel. This happened 3 times, guys. Don't buy cPanel. You're given cPanel tonight for free. Absolute free. All you have to do is follow the steps. You don't go to cpanel.com ever.
So now what is the link? Isn't it not cPanel? I mean, where am I messing up?
So it would be your website domain and then cPanel/cPanel. So yourname.tsiprogram.org/cPanel.
So I'm missing that /cPanel because when I clicked on it, so I just have to add /cPanel to it because when I'm in Ocean, right? When I'm in DigitalOcean, it's not showing that C panel.
Wait, so you're like confusing me and yourself right now. So like if you're
Okay.
in the DigitalOcean, you should see a screen that gives you your password right here like this.
Yeah, of course, that's where I am.
Then to get there, you would copy this link, number one, copy and paste, or you would put your domain /cpanel and then log in like this.
Yeah, but that's what I did. Well, I'll try it again because that's exactly what I did the first time because I remember that's what we did the last time and then it tells me not found. So I'm messing up something.
Not found is weird because it would say wrong password, not found.
Okay, you click.
Now I'm there. I'm sorry. Now it works.
Don't
I'm
click
so
the
sorry.
link. You're missing the step. The step is copy. This is Sharon.
Okay, I will send you a link with a login.
Yeah, you'll see.
Got it. I just found it. You guys don't have to. It just
You good?
worked. So sorry I messed up. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. But like what we want to do, Sharon, is how for you, and I can't say this for everyone, so everyone just listen and interpret. Sharon, how do you not forget this? What's your process here? Are you gonna write this down, save this link, be like, Sharon, all caps, here's how you get to cPanel? Which one are you gonna do? Because all you need to do the same thing.
Write it down.
Panel link and save the credentials somewhere, so you don't even log into the host.
Because you cannot get stressed about.
Literally have 3 bookmarks for this.
I did all of that, but somehow I clicked the link because that's what I've written down and it didn't work. And that was probably my problem. And then I tried to go a other route. So I guess that was just my problem. I clicked it. I wasn't patient enough. And I'm like, this is not working. And then I tried a different route. And that, of course, didn't work either because I was on the wrong cPanel.
Sharon, one of the things that helped me out, and I know this might not help a lot of folks, but I have to be a visual learner. So when we did the steps that Ross taught last week, I actually took screenshots of each one. And so I have, a binder full of step outs. And I know most people don't go through that. But for me personally, I also keep large margins so that I can keep track of the notes as I go. And it's always helpful for those that, if this is new to you, always always have a little pad of post-it notes next to you. And I tend to leave the tabs open or at least bookmarked because last week Dave Meir did give an awesome suggestion just to bookmark everything. And I just went on a spree, bookmarked everything, and then made sure I left the windows open so that I knew exactly where they were.
Numbered list.
I know this sounds like redundant, but I followed his Notion notes actually for the SAS class and learning how he made that checklist because for me personally, I had to have that. And I know each of us are different learners, but never think for a million years that if you're not getting past that one step, that there's friction there, that you're just not getting it, because that's not true. You might actually know all of the steps and it might be a technicality, that you're losing it on a technicality, which really bites. But having those little sticky notes, right? Just no one's going to be at your home computer. They don't know what this class is. All of my sticky notes for this particular class, the WordPress class, happen to be bright orange, right? Every class that we teach has a different color and they all are kept together. And then I have a giant whiteboard like Josh Hellman. When you're learning in a full environment like this, having those kind of like little memory tools helps, right? So don't ever apologize either, Sharon, because you know what? There are a lot of people that are struggling. And then what they would do is just freeze up and say, you know what? I can't get past this step, then I'm not going to go any further. And I'm just going to play along in the background. And we don't want anybody to be left behind. And sometimes it just means that you have to hear it a different way. A lot of times I'll listen to Ross and I'll hear Alisher in the background, and then I'm kind of compiling what both of them are saying at the same time, and then it clicks. And that moment that it clicks, it's awesome. But yes.
Wait. We have one interruption because I just got a comment and this is going to get strange if you try to do this. So, a few things. One, if you already have cPanel, kudos to you. You're using really great software. But you can't use your cPanel actually because we have things on our cPanel that is already activated for you. If you already have a cPanel, what you could do is wait till you're done here in this session, like all 6 weeks, and then you can actually take what we built and bring it to your cPanel. but it will come with all the activations and license keys and everything you need. If you do this now, everything will be deactivated upon using it, and you'll have to purchase things like Divi and all the other plugins we're going to use. So what I would do if I was you, were you, is I would build on our server, build the whole site. When you're done, just bring it there. We're going to have part of our last class bringing it to your own server. So if that was you are one of the 3 people in my DMs, and this is what you said, remember, use our server first, get the activations, get the secret codes, then bring it to your server with the activation, or else things will not be activated. Okay, you can continue. I just wanted to say that because I got 3 DMs.
Well, many people here probably have been playing with these tools in the background, right? You need to keep this quarantined off in a different sandbox. This is the TSI sandbox, and all of these wonderful things that we're playing with live in your digital backpack for this class. And you don't want them cross-pollinating with the other stuff in your ecosystem, just because they have different interesting things. So I see that Visual Life also had that question. Just play with these tools. Do not let them cross-pollinate. This is the Ghostbusters moment, folks. Do not cross the streams. And if someone asks you that you're a god, you say yes. Otherwise, we're all screwed. Okay. So don't cross the streams, and make sure that you're keeping all of these things in a nice little protective bubble wrap, right? So I know how much you want to do that, but I can tell you, maybe Dave can kind of pop in here and explain it. I already know that he has a cPanel. I know that he probably has all the bells and whistles, but he signed up for this class in order to get this particular piece of the digital backpack so that he could have a different project that's separate, because he's going to repurpose this for something else later, probably. I don't know if that's the case or not. Please don't get mad at me, Dave, for putting words in your mouth. But if I were gifted in the ways that he is and had those alchemic, dark ways and dark magic of WordPress, heck yeah, I'd do that. I know a lot of you are very gifted and have made WordPress blogs before. These tools need to stay in this specific backpack until we're done with the class and you've finished it all out and you understand what all this stuff does. And then Ross and Nick and Alisher will tell you what to do with it and how you can make it yours and lick it and stick it and call it your own and love it and squeeze it and name it and all of that stuff. So Dave, go ahead, hon.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that part of the reason to keep everything in the same sandbox is this example today. How do I log in? Ross is able to find the login, send you the magic link. If you start using your own stuff, well, then we're not all on the same page playing in the same sandbox. And then he can't give people the magic link. And he's not there to offer support for different systems and hosting and all of that other stuff. And for me, you can host this in a million different ways. It's actually immaterial. And I will build a website on my computer, then I will put it on DigitalOcean or somewhere else. And that makes no difference. But stick to what everybody is doing in here, and it's really, really easy to transfer it later on. Quite often, I build on my computer, I put it on a test server for the client to approve it. When they approve it, I move it to another hosting company. So there's 3 different kind of, WordPress hosting going on in that one project. It's immaterial to me. It makes no real difference. But stay in the same sandbox so that everybody is on the same page and everybody can give you the same support, and primarily start you from the same point that everybody else is doing. Exactly what Ross is doing here. If you see this screen, that's what he's saying to you. So, like, you won't see that screen if you have a different hosting panel. Don't worry about the hosting panel. You're not here to learn about hosting and which is the best, the most optimized version. I've spent years doing that. This is about just building a WordPress website and stretching your legs on that. And once you've done that, there are a million different ways that you can then set up the hosting and all of that sort of stuff. And I'm happy to answer DMs and point you in the right direction on that. But don't worry about the nuances of where it's actually going. We're not building a road right now. We're just building a car.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. And also, you don't want to like mess up that connection now, because like I may need to help you get into your actual WordPress, fix something, And it's going to be a lot of things you'll have to buy if you move right now and try to follow along. You're going to be stopped by spending hundreds of dollars every move we make. Because if it's not under my domain, it's not licensed. And if it's not created the proper way and exported, it can't be licensed outside of our domain. So it's very, very important that we do this properly. And if you have questions or you can't log in, moving forward right now is going to be quite difficult for you. It's going to be more like an entertainment right now, listening to this banter of all of us building stuff.
Ross,
You could be a part of it.
just real quick, Tarot Jesus, did you get in? Are you on the same screen that you see in the Innovations Think Tank website? If you're already in cPanel and you've logged in, you should be looking at the screen that the boys have up top. And I just want to make sure, because I saw your tweet a little bit late, so I wanted to make sure that you're all in sync with everybody else before we move on. And yes, Kathleen, I was talking about existing tools that people already have in the background, not to cross-pollinate with the tools just for this class, if that makes sense. We are cross-pollinating with each other because that's what we do as people, but I might not have been clear, because sometimes I'm not.
This is the
Little
science
crispy.
lab for mad scientists like to spill stuff and make explosions and break stuff, and you don't want it near other stuff right now till it's done.
Well, this is a lab. Okay. So, when you have lab tools, you don't take them home, right? We're playing in a sandbox that's kind of quarantined for the time being, and you don't want them to kind of intermingle with existing stuff, because you're learning something in a cohesive spot. And just like what Dave said, if you run into some issue, whether it's login or anything else, you can have secret things behind the scene that can get you on the same page. Because for those of you that are crypto bros, I know that quite a few of you are, this is a custodial wallet, right? He's built a playground for you. It's a custodial wallet. We're playing within his custodial wallet. These are not your keys, not your crypto yet. So you're in that ecosystem, and there's bumpers in the bowling alley, right? We can't get into the gutter balls yet or anything else. It's kind of contained, if that answers your question. I'm going to look at the entire folks in the listening audience. If I don't see any thumbs up, thumbs down, or some kind of smoke
Sarah,
signal,
can I
we're going to
just say,
continue. Go ahead, love.
for anybody getting stressed about this, I heard everybody saying, am I, I heard Sharon saying, am I just stupid? Am I dumb? Like, this happens all of the time, and it's perfectly fine. I build websites and I have clients who call me or email me and say, what's my password? And I say, well, for security reasons, I don't have your password. Would you like a new password? And they have the same reaction. Oh, I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to save it. It's perfectly fine. It's no big deal. Just have somewhere private on your computer to document it and note it down. If you're going to be doing this, full time, or you're going to keep passwords, like get a tool like 1Password or LastPass or something like that. It will save you all of this hassle. But now just write them down somewhere. It's okay. It's nothing to do with intelligence and IQ.
Exactly. Amy, did you have a quick question before we continue? Everybody should be on the page that Ross has on the website. It says, welcome to WordPress. That's where we want to be. And it has a little green circle. That's, something to say. Green means go. We're going to push forward. Go ahead, Amy. Are you good, Sweet Pea?
I actually don't have anything to say. Dave had already said what I was going to say, so I have nothing to
Perfect. We
say.
are all on the same page. All right. So, guys, next class, we cannot waste 50 minutes to get opening this page, because it's not going to end well for us. We're going to be crispy around the edges because we are going to get through all of these bullet points tonight. So, Ross, Alisher, Nick, are you ready to continue?
Yeah, no, we're ready. Is everyone logged in? DMs are being monitored by my team. So if I don't answer your DM, you don't have to come up on the stage and just yell at me about your DMs. They're going to be answered in real time by our team. So they're being monitored. So feel free to DM Tech in Schools if you have an issue. The other thing, we have a private Slack and the link will not be posted. So if you want to get in, you can just DM us and we will get you in the Slack. The Slack is good for communication that is super easy, very professional, and upgrades everyone to pro. See, in Discord, we can't make you all Nitro, unfortunately. But in Slack, we can make everyone their most expensive plan as soon as you arrive in our channel. And this is really important, which allows you to upload large files, share large things. In Discord, you can't even upload like 3 videos. So now you guys can upload like actual pieces of code, entire folders, graphics, and we can help you and talk with you. So if you haven't already, shoot us a DM and get in this Slack because that's the best way to get help. So if you go to our
Please tell them
Discord,
not to put passwords in there in Slack.
don't put passwords in Slack. But if you go to our Discord, it's really for AI Tutor and Pixio, and not for help for this. So please use the channel that we're providing, which is available for help for this course outside of the live times. So if you haven't got that, shoot me a DM and I'm happy to invite you.
We are all good. I'm doing one final mic check for Kev. Are we good? Excellent. Okay, continue.
I just wanted to pipe up and thank everybody for the delay. It got me home just in time. Let's go.
There you go, Smoke, pedaling a little fast.
Hurry up and log in, Smoke. We gotta go.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there. Let's go.
You should see my screen. If you see my screen, you're good to go. The first thing you need to do is create a page. If you already have a page, do it again because we need to learn how to do this over and over again. Pages are how you create content for your website. So once you have a page and you're making a new page, the first thing you're going to see is this. This is really important for a few reasons. So let's go over them. First, if you go ahead and install other themes, which some of you already have, I will advise you would not do that. Here's why. Once you do that, you change the fundamental ability of Divi. What's cool actually is if you install both Elementor and Divi, they can be installed simultaneously. Fun fact, did you know that? The only thing they can't do is be on the same page together. So if you import another theme, right, and you're like, I love this theme, I want to use it, you're going to do a few things that are not good, and you're going to do a few things, I guess, that you think are good. First, I will say what you will do on the immediate way, in the immediate is, and I'm sending out Slack links right now, is you'll disconnect the Divi Builder. The Divi Builder comes with a lot of things that you can import. Now, I think that that's actually really important because we're going to be learning with Divi. But here's the thing. Later on, you could branch off and do whatever you want. And we're going to have another series where we'll do different things. We're doing this with partners to make it available for you for free. So if you're going to go against the grain and do WordPress, you could. But check this out. When you export, Divi doesn't come with it and all the activations. So imagine a resource that you could have had that you just threw in the garbage. Even Dave, who probably is going to use this to experiment with Divi, I mean, he's not going to throw it away. You never know when Divi will come in and you could use it for a quick website build, landing page, or lead funnel. And it has beautiful layout.
I love the
It's
Divi.
a quick.
Divi's one of my favorites. Yes, that I've done for you guys.
If you don't do it, thank you, Morgan. It is. And if you don't do it like this, guys, it won't connect the dots. Not connecting the dots is not good because then you can't take it with you. I'm going to tell you a quick little thing just so you understand the value. In theory, you could make 100 websites from Divi once it's on your server. Do you guys understand? You can take the copy, call the copy a template, and you can make more websites. Now, if you're not already thinking about this, let me enlighten you. That means a client hits you up and it's like, hey, can I have a website for like $5,000? And you're like, sure. And you do it overnight because of Divi. And so you can go from that to doing websites for like 30 grand, not using Divi, but you can get there and take those steps.
Let's
Okay. Alicia's going to be sending out Slack links. Yeah, I know. I was just getting it. So the thing is, guys, when you don't have this button, you are going to have other buttons, right? There's Elementor, but we want to focus on Divi because everyone here, if you haven't used Divi, it's awesome. If it's your first time, it's really awesome. And if you're a user of WordPress, it's going to be a breath of fresh air because you won't have to do so much. And if you want to do so much, well, here's the thing. Divi actually lets you create your own Divi theme from code and PHP, which is actually really cool. And not only that, you could design it and you could sell to their like millions of customers on their marketplace, which means you make money if you get good at putting, and here's the best part. You don't even need to code. You can build a website and kind of save it. And then you could save it as a theme and then put it in the marketplace. And then people could buy it all the time. You don't even ever get to meet them.
so cool.
And so,
Ross.
what were you going to say,
Yeah,
Sarah?
Jeff has a question real quick. I'm not sure if it's for Divi or not.
Well, yeah, it's basically related to Divi. When I'm in dashboard and I go to start a new page, it pops up a WordPress login page wanting a username and a password. And I'm not sure what
That
to
means
put
you
in there.
took too long. No, it means you took too long. WordPress has a timer.
No, it does it
So it takes
instantly.
too long.
Ross, it's doing it instantly. It won't let me get to the page you're showing.
Well, it's not going to until you relog back in. So you got to head back over to applications and then hit the middle link like this,
Application.
like I'm doing on the live stream. You should see it on live stream right
Oh,
now.
yeah, you're going so fast because I've got to switch between tabs when you do that.
Well, just go to cPanel, go to Installatron or applications, and click the
I
middle link.
did
That'll
that.
refresh the token.
And no, as soon as I hit the add a new page button, it pops up a window that says it's a WordPress window asking for a username and a password.
What browser are you using?
I've got everything linked and all my passwords and stuff set up on Brave.
That's why. Brave is disallowing the ability for you to maintain a WebSocket connection to the login without a password. So don't use Brave. Use Chrome. Problem solved.
Then I got to go back and reset everything for Chrome. All right.
Jeff, I know how
Welcome to being a web developer.
it's so frustrating. Sometimes the technology just doesn't play nice with each other. For this purpose in general, Chrome is definitely
Wait, hold
the
on.
way to
Quick
go.
thing,
Go ahead.
Sarah. Yeah, public service announcement. If you're in anything but a major browser and you're coding, you're doing the wrong thing for sure. Don't put up walls that don't need to exist yet. Make your life easy. So I would take one of the major 3 to 4 browsers and use that, because if you don't completely understand what settings to open to allow this to work, that's like a whole entire thing that you can just avoid. And this is not for just you, Jeff. Anyone using a not normal browser, don't do that. Use a regular
You can
browser.
sometimes have friction even in Safari. I know that sounds really weird, but to prevent,
No, for
huh?
sure. Like I would try the major 4 browsers if you do have any issues. So if you have an issue, try Chrome. If you still have an issue, try Safari if you have a Mac. If you still have an issue, try Edge. I mean, one of them are going to work because I can get into all of your stuff. So if I can get in, you can get in. That's reality for sure.
True.
So we need to get to that.
The other thing too is for those that are concerned about privacy and all of those little bells and whistles, guess what? Having a practice laptop is what we have here in my studio. We also have one in the maker space that you're not going to play on the computer, that you have all of your major, financials and all your private stuff on. You should be keeping all of these things separate anyway, right? Good fences make good neighbors, but I understand that there are a lot of folks here that this is their one shot. This is their only computer. This is I get that. And you can open up different browsers to do that. Dan has a quick question. Dan, go ahead, hon.
Actually, it's a quick suggestion for Jeff. So what I do sometimes when I have to hack things together that are coming from different worlds like this is, you can create a really easy design in something like Canva, and then link all your Brave bookmarks to that, and then also the login for the Chrome. Sorry, the login on Chrome. So just one possibility for putting everything together. I'll give an example in the Chubble, just so you can see. I did it for our team and our Zoom links, because I hated like going to go find all the Zoom links. And so I just put a picture of each of our team, and then I just put their personal meeting room link. So it gives you something you can put on the desktop that has everything together.
That's a good idea. And also, guys, look at the live stream while you're figuring yourself out right now. Let me know if you see my screen. Also, did you guys know you could send emojis to people? I didn't know this until right now.
Are you serious,
Anyone
Ross?
knew that?
That sounds like you. I mean, you
Such
probably.
an old man.
Yeah.
I just sent you a
You
private emoji.
probably think, Ross.
This is so
wrong with
weird.
you, Rose?
I don't even know if this is a good thing or not. Anyways, so if you see my screen, this is where you need to be. If you don't see my screen, you need
I
some
see your
assistance.
screen, but how did you get to that Divi thing? I'm in cPanel.
Okay, can I went to cPanel, I clicked applications, and I clicked this.
You click what? An application.
You should see it on the live stream.
I'm looking at your live stream. Okay. You're on an application. And then you clicked on the WordPress.
No, you click on the middle. Stay in the middle. We're
The
staying in the
middle.
middle. Yep, this is bowling, guys. You don't want to go in together. You don't go on
Right,
the left.
right, right,
You don't
right,
want to go to the right.
Middle,
You stay in the middle. Yeah, the middle
right,
link.
the middle link, the WordPress middle link, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That doesn't show me Divi. Oh, okay. All right. So okay. So then when I open up that page, when I open up the WordPress thing, like then
Go to your dashboard. Go to the dashboard.
the dashboard. All right. Well, I mean, like I already picked like a theme or whatever. So like is that okay? Jeez, all right.
Like, yeah, I did the same thing.
Is that okay? Did I mess up here?
I resized everything in that same page that he was showing.
I mean, all right. You know, I should I just
So
go on mute now?
you should be able to go to add page. You should see this. If you don't see this, only two things could be. One, well, you're not hitting add page. Two, you have a different theme installed, which means Divi is no longer installed, which means use Divi is gone.
No, what? Because I put on the Agency Grove Pro one that I wanted. Now I don't have Divi anymore now.
Did you install a whole different theme and architecture into WordPress?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
How do you not know?
I mean,
either you did or you did not.
Like I have the Agency Grove Pro. No, wait a minute. I don't think I do. Hold on a second. Because it says
Amy, can you see the
upgrade to
screen?
the Pro version, but I don't have the Pro version.
Okay,
right now,
hold on.
so
Order in the court.
I
Order
didn't
in
pay
the
for
court.
anything.
One. Sharon, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I have the same problem. So if you go on pages, right, and just add new page, I guess you will get where you want to go. Just try that and see if that works.
Okay. But Amy, what is this pro business stuff? Where did you get it from? How did you add it? Did you go to themes, add new, pick a thing, hit plus, install, overwrite? Did you do that?
No. I don't think so. No.
Did you pound on the keyboard out of frustration and hit all of the buttons?
None of the above. No.
Okay, so Amy, question. Did you import a theme inside Divi already before?
No. Okay, hold on a second. I went to appearance into my themes. All right. And I still see Divi there.
Okay, Amy,
What?
Amy, We're gonna do what we do. Okay, stop clicking things. Hands off the
Okay.
keyboard. No mouse. Nothing. Listen.
Okay.
We are only in week 2. Please don't overwrite the software at this stage. So what you did is you went, you searched for a theme, and you downloaded it into your WordPress, which then downloaded it to the servers. Then you hit activate. Upon hitting activate, you take away and overwrite the main editors, which explains part 2 of my investigation. You shared a screenshot last week, which was a GIF, moving images, and I got to see Elementor, which is not Divi, which means you have a different theme installed.
Oh,
So
right,
you have
right. Because I had done that screenshot and shown like what I was doing now with my site.
yes, I
Oh,
investigated.
you
See?
investigate. Well, you should have told me something. I didn't know that you had investigated something, sir.
I did it just now on Twitter. I saw it.
All right.
That's how I
Now
had to
now I don't
confirm.
feel
So, and
so
behind me,
okay.
we're logged in, and I could see you're in the wrong theme. So what you need to do is go to themes and reactivate Divi and get
So
rid
the
of this
theme
other
can
theme.
I can reactivate Divi then? Okay, so I'm gonna activate Divi now. All right. And okay. So Divi is
So
now
guys,
active.
if you so now go do it again, and you're gonna see it. It'll look just like this. Dashboard, pages,
So
add page.
dashboard,
Now guys, can we not do this again next week? Are we good? Everyone good?
pages,
Because
add
we have
new
some stuff to do.
page. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I see it now.
Ross, look at
Thank you.
Ross, look down in the bubble. Kathleen, can you come up to speaker? I want to make sure that you're on the right page, hon. You're going to go into the application or into the sidebar, and you're going to see where you scroll down, and you're going to have the ad page. What you're showing on your screenshot is not where you need to be. You don't want to be there. So if you can possibly come up to the speaker, I know that you might not be able to, but Ross, can you poke around and see where Kathleen is down below in the Chubble? In the meantime, Jeffrey, how can I help you, friend?
I apologize for this, guys. I'm trying to do a copy and paste from my Brave password DigitalOcean so I can get through the passwords that I've got shown here.
I would say try again. Honestly,
Jeff, make sure
Because
your screenshot.
it worked before. It can work now.
Make sure you're taking screenshots and then DM directly.
Unfortunately,
they
I
can
don't
see
even. Well, I'm doing this on the computer, but I'm doing discussion on my phone.
Yep, I'm doing the same thing. So you're going to do a complete old Sarah, okay? This means you're going to put on your blue hair, like real blue hair. You're going to take your phone and you are going to annoy the snot out of the boys by taking a screenshot or just taking your camera and taking a picture of your laptop. I know every single kid in this room is rolling their eyes hard, but just do it so that they know what they can see what you're doing. So use the camera on your phone because I know you're doing the audio. For the boys behind the scenes, they don't know how many different ecosystems all of us are toggling, but they're toggling equal amounts of random. It's just in a different way. You know, they're sitting in their fancy chairs and spinning around on all their fancy little screens and doing the whole Batman thing. But or better yet, Iron Man, right? You've got your whole setup. But Jeff, I understand how frustrating this is. Just pause for a second, take a deep breath. It's okay. Brave is it's just a monster to play with sometimes. And I know how frustrating it is because you don't want to A, hold up the class, but B, you're really struggling to get in. Just take a deep breath, take a picture with your phone of the screen, okay? And then send it to the guys so that they can see it because it's so much easier than to try to communicate in social audio. But we'll try to get you on the same page. So, don't fret. No worries. We're singing Hakuna Matata. Okay. So I think we have almost everybody caught up and on the same page. I'm looking and scanning our listening audience. If you're struggling, wave, because I know you're probably on a laptop, so you have to have the wave button. You can't do any other emojis, but if you're struggling, make sure you give us a heads up. And I want to make sure that there you are, Kathleen. Did you want to open your mic? Are you all set, friend?
I'd be all set if Twitter didn't change every day where it won't let me get up. But anyway, so I'm on a Divi page that doesn't look like Ross's page. And I picked a theme last week that wasn't Divi. And so I thought that was the problem, but I finally got back to Divi, but I don't see layout. But I guess I have something.
So you should, when you hit new page, you should see this. And if you don't, show us what you do see. Like take a screenshot of this page that you're on right now. That's in the live stream. I would say that do that because odds are you may have like disconnected other things. You got to be careful. Before you learn how to disconnect something, you should learn how it works. So let's focus on the learning how it works and not the disconnecting and trying to make things customized. Like who cares if it says Divi at the bottom for a week? No one's even looking at it. Remember. Just wait, we're going to cover everything.
And just to set your
Go
all
ahead.
mind at ease, last week I picked the ugliest. I just clicked on the very first one. I didn't even pick. And then Ross showed us his page, and I was so freaking jealous that he had Christmas trees. For the greater good, it doesn't matter. You know, we're not customizing anything as of yet. Or any of those things. You just want to make sure that you're on that page. And once you're on that page, it's all Hakuna Matata. I think that this should actually be an ugly sweater contest, that all of us should compete to have the ugliest thing, because at that point, we're all learning the actual skills. We're not jumping out of the sandbox. And you know what? No one's going to call anybody's baby ugly. All right. So you're still going to wear it to the party and you're going to dance and it's going to be wonderful and it'll be all wonderful. So go ahead, Kathleen.
I just want to say one thing. So to recap, we are just making sure everyone can log in. We're actually going to start building in a minute or so. I just want to make sure if you have not DM'd me to get the Slack, don't comment and say I want in, or you DM me right now and we will be able to get you in the Slack. And make sure you're DMing me. And once you're in Slack, feel free to go into Slack and we're there too. It just is an easier way to help you guys. If you just came in, you should be logging into cPanel, getting into your WordPress, into your dashboard. Once you're there, we're going to learn how to make pages and customize pages. So the first step to doing that is actually creating a page. But if you made a mistake, you should see Divi. If you don't see Divi down here, like on the stream, that's actually an issue. So if you have an issue, make sure you look for Divi down here. If it's there, you can go to add new page and you should see this. Now, Divi is cool because you can grab pages. What I actually use it for is I'll get started on a page with Divi, right? And then I'll actually customize it and add like a ton of stuff. So what I'm going to show you is a few ways to do the same thing. We're going to pick some stuff, art therapy, or pick some good ones. And then I'm going to start customizing it and show you how this works. So hang on. If you guys can't hear me, let me know. This is all on the stream live. So you should be able to see it.
You're
I'm
good,
just
bud.
looking at the newest ones. So I'm looking at some of their new stuff. So let's do Divi AI. So let's say I was building like an AI website, let's say.
That's not choosing the Divi AI option. Okay.
No,
He's
this is
just picking a theme,
yeah.
folks. All right.
I'm not even going to pick that one. How about that? I'll pick a different
Yeah. I think that do a farmer's market. I think that would be great. We're being cultivating or whatever.
Where?
It was up at the top.
Where do you
It
see
was
it?
up at the top. Scoot up to the top.
Ooh, I
Just
love that.
Where? Here?
further up. I mean, literally, it was like the third one. It was not. It's there. It is right there. Yeah, be a farmer.
Okay, so I'm going to bring in the home page. There's a landing page and a home page. So let's bring in the landing page. So when you click something, it's going to say importing presets. And when it does this, it's basically importing images and things that we're going to use. Luckily, I have Pixio, so I'm going to be bringing in my own images into Pixio. I mean, into WordPress from Pixio, because I don't want to go like download images. But you could, or you can use your real images. But I don't have a produce farm yet, so if anyone has a produce farm, DMs are open. So here is
136,
where
197.
the interface starts. So who's here? Who has something to play with right now with me? We should be doing this together. Try to put me on one screen or in a tab or split screen so you can kind of see the live stream and what you're doing.
Hey Ross, I can hop on in maybe like 2 minutes. I'm just getting to baggage claim, but then I would love to be a guinea pig because I've got a page partially started already.
Yeah, you're fine. Once you get past baggage claim, since you're always in the air, just whip out the laptop and join in. Yeah. Anyways, so who wants to help me name this thing? What are we calling this farm?
Old MacDonald.
I'm trying to think of something ITT and
Maggie's farm.
What about like
hold on, the Innovate Farm.
I'm going to AI Tutor and going to go ask.
wait, innovation irrigation?
Ooh, that's good.
That
Isn't
is
that
good.
like water?
Yeah,
Mhm.
farmers got to irrigate.
That's a good one.
Stay
So-
hydrated. Stay hydrated.
We're gonna leave it like this for now, but of course you can change it. Now, as you see, this is an image. Now, in code, this is typically an SRC or some link. In Divi, it's gonna be a container that you can edit. Now, editing happens in a few ways. You can double click it, which would bring this up. So this is the editor that allows you to do things with the image and manipulate it. So you'll notice I can put a new image. I could do some settings. This is known as CSS. So instead of learning CSS, you could do it like this and change things. So for example, if I wanted to change the image, I could do it here. If I wanted to change the text, I could change it here. I can also do actual code. So you can put code here too, which is crazy. If I was to choose this instead, right? You'll notice when I hover here and click, something happens, right? And if I hover before I click, I'm able to do the same thing here. But if I click, I'm editing. Now, right when I'm here, I'm able to go to design like I was before, and I could change this text. So let's say I didn't want green, I wanted it to be red. See how it's not working? Doesn't mean it's broken. It means either two things. That's a different, it's being controlled differently. So it's actually being controlled through here instead. So if I was to change it here, it would change, you see? There's two ways to do many things. Actually, there's 100 ways to do everything. And Divi lets you do it in any way that you want. You could even override the text and make it the color that you want here. It's all about settings. And learning all the settings is not something you're going to do overnight or in a week, but you could go to the Divi documentation and study and search. There's literally a search bar, and you could search for a problem or a specific issue that you are running into. But for us, we are going to make this, we'll do black.
To jump in
Now, for the image,
real quick, folks, when you're doing this, when Ross is messing around with all of these things behind the scenes, these are all elements of your brand, right? So when you're thinking of your mood board, we've talked about this before, that you have kind of an overall kind of opinion of what you want your brand to convey when you're not there to talk about it. So colors actually have a specific meaning. You know, the font that you choose has a specific meaning. You want to be ultra consistent, right, throughout these pages to have that kind of vibe all the way through. So let's say Ross is dinking around in the background and he comes up with a really cool color let's say blue, right? You can snag that hex code to make sure that all of your print material that you have outside in the real world, your bumper stickers and your little, coffee cozies and all of those wonderful things, they all have that same hex code, right? So if you're zhuzhing things in the ecosystem here, make sure you keep tabs, you keep understanding what all this is. That's what goes into your notebook. So you have what those codes are. You know what your font is. You know what font size you have. You know what colors that you're building things with, because outside of this ecosystem, you're going to have the swag, the stuff we all get, swag, that you want to make sure has consistency. So while you're thinking this stuff through, it's really important to document it as you go. That's important for your brand. It's also important for your communication. So like when you go back into the Innovators Think Tank on a Saturday and you start pitching your idea, everything has this cohesiveness. You have your brand theme, you have a thought process, you have that mood board that you're trying to convey to your end consumer, if that makes sense. Go ahead, Ross. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're interrupting. So what I'm doing now is I'm leaving the picture because I'm gonna deal with that later. I did change the text. Now, changing the words is also super easy. So you just double click it and you're able to go in here and write something. So we create the best produce using an all new I don't know.
We grow better stuff because we start with better stuff.
Because we hydrate better than the next guy.
For those of you also, here's the thing. You don't have to be a wordsmith. I happen to love words, and I think it's the most fun in the whole world to craft them.
Well,
right?
no,
But
you do have to be a wordsmith,
can
but you don't have to
I
be a
don't
wordsmith.
personally, if I have my AI tutor, you can create copy.
Yeah.
That's when
But it has to be
it
good.
has to be good.
And you have to tell AI to make it SEO friendly.
Oh yeah, ready for this one? Cultivating innovation, harvesting collaboration.
Okay, this is not fair to make me write this. So go in Slack and
Okay,
send it
I
to
was
me.
gonna send it to you on Twitter messages, but do you want me to do
And
Slack?
also have it spell check, Morgan. Spell
Messages
check.
is fine, but send it to AI Tutor because that's who's manning the live stream right now, not Tech in Schools.
Okay, okay.
Hey, also do a fact check on that one too.
I got it free from
Now
AI.
I'm gonna go to Pixio,
Ross, Sharon,
and I'm gonna get a
Sharon
farm.
does have a question before we continue. So
Okay.
we want to grab the hand.
Sure.
Go ahead, Sharon Love.
I just want to know if I change the color of any font, will it save it somewhere so I can use that color for everything else?
Yes. So if you're looking at live stream, down here there's a publish at the bottom right.
You're on Pixio right now, right? You can do Pixio first. Just do your thing, and then we can.
No, it's gonna switch. Bottom right.
Okay.
You just hit publish and it'll save it. There is a save button.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just change the color to orange, right? So that color that save somewhere. So if I want to use that color again for other text, will it save it somewhere?
Oh yeah, you can do that later for sure.
Okay, cool.
The other thing too that's really cool about this, specifically about colors, the colors that are in the Divi ecosystem are all monitor safe colors. So for you designers, you textile folks, and I know who you are, you got a whole bunch of other colors that are not necessarily monitor safe. And so you get really bent out of shape if you can't get that Tiffany blue or, whatever other colors that there are that are very specific to a brand, right? You have to kind of zhuzh it in the background. Not all colors that we can come up with are safe for a monitor. But if you are kind of reverse engineering it and you're seeing something that you come up with here, you'll automatically kind of know that it's monitor safe, and then you can translate it to your artwork. I know that sounds weird, but there are little tips and tricks, especially, but that is one of the cool features of using something that is preset like this, is because then it's also going to show up on all of your devices and it's going to look pretty. You don't have to modify it. It is kind of a plug and play, but the more you dink around with it, the harder it becomes. So just think about it that way. You can make life really difficult for yourself, that inner perfectionist. And I will tell you, in this situation, progress is greater than perfection at this point. So leave it at that. Go ahead, Ross.
Oh, no. I'm just generating some pictures that I know I'm going to need. So guys, I'm just going to Pixio, generating some stuff that I need.
Now, Ross, how would you suggest for folks that this is all completely new to them? You're generating images in Pixio because you are, thinking ahead and you want to have something that's not stock photos. So you're generating these images. How do you save them to make sure that they are accessible?
Well,
Go
first,
ahead.
I got to generate them first. So then I would go to Canva to create like the picture that I need. So for example, I would just choose like.
Now, Canva is new to us in this ecosystem. We haven't played with that yet.
Canva is free. You can use Canva for free. There is features that are not free, but for the most part, it is pretty free for you to do things like what we're doing. Like you're not using AI. You're using just Canva to just put it
So
together.
for the benefit of the recording, okay, for the benefit of the recording and folks that are listening in, what is Canva and why do people use it?
Oh my God, Canva is one of my favorite tools in the world.
Well, most teachers actually, I mean, it's second nature. If you're a teacher, you have it. If you are a student, you have it. But if you're not in that ecosystem, Canva may be new. So Morgan, how about we'll pick on you?
So being a social media marketer, I create even actually, I apologize. I'll take you even way back when I was just a bar manager or a bar, doing the social media for my bar and restaurant. I made my flyers there. I made my QR codes there. I designed my emails through there. It's just a platform for you to be able to create tons and tons of visuals. And I believe there's even, well, I won't go too far into it, but website design on there. But yeah, everything from business cards to logos to flyers, posters, book covers. It is a digital world of just creativeness. Sorry. And I know they just updated, so they have you can watch even their updates on YouTube and see what they add, because now they're adding AI into it. But it's a great place to design, and they have tons and tons and tons of templates for you to play around with, and it's very easy drag and drop. So I highly recommend it.
Ross is making me laugh with the raccoons that I see floating past my screen. I will tell you this too. If it's out in the public and it's out in the public for everybody to use, it means that your stuff may be used in someone else's stuff. There is a benefit to using your own generated images in Pixio because they're yours and you kind of have something that is unique. So, if you are trying to brand something, if you're telling a story and you're using generic stock images, that's great. But if it's something that you're selling or you want specific, I would highly recommend using multiple layers and making it yours. There's
you're
just
absolutely
a lot involved there. But yeah, so Canva is definitely a quick and easy, down and dirty. You can make resumes, you can make flyers, you can do everything that you want to do on it. And it is a very useful tool. Highly recommend for those that haven't explored it after class. That would be something that you
I
would
drag
want to explore.
a lot of things that I've made from Pixio. I drag a lot of things I made from Pixio into my flyers and my different posters and stuff that I make into Canva, and I use those images there. So I mean, it's just
yeah. I mean, that's exactly how you do it. Workflows, and if for those of you that are interested in learning more about just AI helped generated images or collaboratives, you know, AI Art X or Twitter, it's just a fun place to be. There's some really, really amazing artists. Sharon has her hand up, and then same with Kathleen. So let's go to Sharon first, and then Kathleen.
Ross, I love your images, by the way. I love Pixio. Yeah, Canva is really a great tool. But I wanted to ask you guys, if I mess something up in the Divi, where's the redo and undo button in Divi? Where do I do undo? For example?
In Divi?
Yeah, in Divi. I'm in a.
If you didn't save, you just refresh.
Oh, okay. I just refresh. Okay, good.
That's an excellent tip. Just so you know.
Really quick,
Control Alt Z. No, redo.
One thing that I definitely use Canva for that may be helpful for you guys is if I need to remove a background, you know, if I need like an SVG, or I make something in Pixio like how Ross is doing right now with the fruit, and I can take it over to Canva, and there's a way to download it with a transparent background so that you can have just, you know, the apples and the oranges, not the white in the background, and you can pull that onto your website. That is super.
If you have Pixio, you can actually
Yeah,
remove
in
background
Pixio, you could do it in Pixio. You could do it in paid Canva.
You can do that in Pixio.
Yeah, there's free tools too that do it. But yeah, if you're in Pixio, you go to upscale or remove background, like on stream right now.
And that'll give you.
I'm actually upscaling it
You
too.
guys
to
are
use in the
amazing.
website.
You know,
Really
I'm
cool.
just gonna shut up and not. Sorry.
Workflows are really important. So when he says stacking, that is really important. That when you have a certain, that's your proof of human when you're creating with AI tools, is your secret sauce. For those of you that understand mixtapes, okay, we all had the same music, right? But we all hit play and record at different times, right? So our order on our mixtape was always different, and you know, you had that secret sauce that was just yours. That's what he's doing now. That workflow is really important. Kathleen, love, you've had your hand up for a while. How can we help you? What are you working on?
Well, I figured out how to put my hand up, so that's progress. So my active theme says Divi, right? But I'm confused because there's a different theme I want to use. But isn't Divi what we have to use?
Divi is not a theme, it's like a builder. You can make your own theme. It's a theme too, but you can make your own theme inside of Divi. You just have to learn. If you want to go ahead and spend money, I mean, go for it. Just every step, you're going to have to buy a license for everything that we do once you're outside of the environment. So I would just wait and see like how it ends up.
So just leave
because you can
active
probably do
theme as
anything.
Divi. And then if I want to
Yeah.
start adding pictures and stuff, I just
You got to follow the stream. Look at what I'm doing.
I am.
Watch
But
what
I
I'm
don't
doing.
see the place to add my
I didn't do it
pictures.
yet. Just watch.
Okay.
Just look at the stream. I'm like making
Right
a
now,
picture
he's hunting
first.
and gathering. So he's
Oh, well, I have
he's
all my pictures
So-
sitting here. I just don't know how to put them in there.
Okay, so just wait. Just hang tight. So guys, I just made the image I want. Check it out. Here's Pixio upscale up to 4 times. Notice the image just gets better, not worse. So I'm gonna download this. This is the one I want. This is going on the hero of this website. First, I'm gonna bring it to Canva, and you could also do it in Pixio too. You can do it anywhere. I'm just using Canva because I'm gonna be doing a lot of other stuff in Canva. So if you go here, I'm gonna click it. Huh? Is it still uploading? It is. Okay, it's giant, guys.
Ross, can I ask you something? Did you guys change the upscaler? Do you guys have a new upscaler? Because you guys were playing around with Pixio.
Yeah, right here.
wow.
So if you go to image, edit, it's called like a true
Oh,
upscale.
wow.
So it doesn't change anything.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Pixio has been improving a lot behind the scenes. So if you aren't playing with it, but yeah, the things that you would have normally thought were still there, the upscaler has gotten significantly better, I will just say. For those that
We're changing around. I was doing images and I'm like, why is it not working? I'm like, okay, they're updating things. I mean, you guys are just great that you keep updating stuff and making it better. You guys are just crazy. Thank you.
For those that are in the listening audience and on the recording, my AI tutor and Pixio are both under the umbrella, a suite of tools that Tech in Schools has, and you can subscribe to those things. They are an amalgamation of all of the cool stuff in AI right now. It's basically you can go out into the ecosystem and pay for things a la carte, right? But here it's more like a buffet. It's a total banquet of all of the pieces that you need to have for your creative suite. So my AI tutor would be more of the languages, and Pixio is more of the artistic side. And we don't do a lot of it, but Saturday night, for instance, in Josh Hellman's Innovative Think Tank or Innovators Think Tank, at night we get to play with some of these new tools. Amongst them was Stable Diffusion 3, which is not out in the ecosystem for everybody yet. But those are the kinds of tools that you would have access to in Pixio. And so he's playing with the artistic suite. So for those of you that like to dabble in the dark arts of, interesting pictures and imagery, you can create stickers, you can create whatever it is that your heart can imagine. You can create NFTs, you can make all of this stuff with your artistic tools that he's playing with now. So you'll learn about that. If you don't know about Pixio because you're new to the ecosystem, you can always visit. There are a number of spaces over the course of the week, but if you're not familiar, come in on Saturday night to the Innovators Think Tank and just play, because all of these tools are open for folks to dink around with and get to know a little bit better. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Okay, I'm at the place I need to be, and I need to choose use existing content, choose a pre-made layout, build with AI.
Stay in the middle, stay in the middle, stay in the middle. You want them pre-made. Just stay in the middle. And then you have 600 to choose from, but just stay
I was
there.
here last week, but I didn't know how to get back again. Perfect.
I did the same. So it is definitely something that is Groundhog Day for those of us that understand and know that reference.
Can I ask Ross something? When I'm in Picky, do I have access to that new upscaler?
Yeah, just go to edit and then click at the top and swap edit to say, look at my screen. I'll show you.
Okay, wait a minute.
So you just go to edit. It's going to say face swap, change face swap. There's 5 other tools there inside where face swap
Oh,
is.
where face swap is. Edit images, right?
So as you guys see, I just generated this image from Pixio. It's now at the top of the website, which is really, really, really cool. And now this image is mine and doesn't exist anywhere. And now I get the opportunity to do the same thing. So you can see I'm just clicking images, like you said, Kathleen. You're like, how do I put my images? Well, it depends. So in this case, I'm not clicking the image. There's different columns that I have to go inside. And then I have to edit from there. And there's also different ways of editing. So for me, it's a little confusing sometimes. So I like to do this, which makes it a little bit easier. So you can see these are the images that are in the website. So if I was to turn this off, you can see where that is, where I just was. I was right here. So above there, you have this as an image. Then you have this, and then you have, it looks like 3 sections, but they're not fully editable. So that means we got to edit it the other way. Then you have images like this, where we can also put our own images. So I could take this farm. You see? That's all AI generated. This is Pixio.
Love it.
Now this
Looking
is
good, Rob.
Painter. Huh?
I said I love it. It's looking good.
Well, what Ross
thank
just pointed out is really important. So you had a look, that view that he had, you can actually physically count out how many images you have to do. So you could streamline your process depending on how, nitpicky you want to be about it. But you would automatically know, okay, I have to generate, see, when you're counting down how many images. So what he did basically is showed, this view that you're seeing on your screen right now, you can count how many images you need. Then you go into your Pixio or Canva or whatever tool of your choice, and you streamline your process. You're not hunting and gathering and going back and forth. You're maximizing your time and being more efficient. That's why AI is so, so special. It gives you the mechanical advantage and the leverage to maximize your time. You get more bang for your buck during your work session. So if you're thinking in terms of automation, this is like Henry Ford 101, right? Henry Ford didn't invent the car, right? He invented how to streamline the process to manufacture something. So those tools that you have at your fingertips right now, if you master them, you could be building other people's websites. So the very first thing you think of is you meet with your client and you say, okay, I have 20 images on this base, whatever template, and you can create your images just by talking to your client on the phone. You're hearing what they are saying. You want all these farm fresh produce. Great. You want it to look like watercolor images. Excellent. That was wonderful. Do you want it to be Instagram ready? With your white backgrounds and beige and all that other stuff, the whole entire zhuzh, right? You can start talking it through. And what you're basically doing is creating a series of prompts and then the continuity of those images throughout the entirety of your website. So what he just pointed out is something that is designed to make it a quick and dirty and easy, right? As opposed to sitting there and overthinking, if you're anything like I am, about each stupid image, right? You're just sitting there and kind of thinking to yourself, well, now I want this, and now I'm going to go here. And then it takes, 5 weeks instead of, what, I could have streamlined the process and allowed technology to buoy my idea so that I could have that idea to impact, as Josh says. Does that make sense to folks?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm glad that he showed that image too. If you go back into the recording and you can see all these things, that would be one of the screenshots that I would just take in my own personal binder. And it would, to people looking at my binder, they would say, what the heck are you taking a picture of? No, I'm taking a picture of a streamlined process so that it reminds me to look at it from that perspective, as opposed to getting stuck in the weeds. It's just a personal thing. But if it helps you and it helps those folks kind of hone in and, streamline the facets of that gem, then you might as well do it. You know what I mean?
Now, Ross, is that just a spot for pictures, or is that also like our boxes to like move around? Like if I wanted to lower a picture into a different area of my
We're getting there.
Okay, sorry.
We're
Sorry.
getting there.
I wasn't sure.
We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
Got you. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
So taking a quick temperature check of the room, are everybody on the same page? Are we all kind of watching the live stream of Ross picking and hunting and gathering some images, and everybody's understanding what we're doing? Is that correct? I'm looking down in the listening audience too. I know sometimes some of this kind of stuff can seem tedious, but believe it or not, this is all muscle memory, right? You're going to remember these things for random reasons. You're going to see the images flipping past your head and your eyes, and you're going to say, okay, I remember he's hunting and gathering images. He has looked and found out how many he had to build. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. For those of you that are exploring the website right now, this is one of those moments where you would just sit on your hands. I know you want to play, and some people do. They're playing in the background right now because it can't be helped. You are all unconventional learners simply by being here, right? So we already know that you're gonna, push buttons and test boundaries and be little velociraptors, right? But just sit for a moment and watch his process. I think a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, I'll be watching Ross or Nick or Alish, or when they have their screenshots or they're sharing a screen during our tutoring sessions, and just sitting back and watching them, watching how they are moving. It teaches me a lot about the process in general, because thinking like a programmer or thinking like a designer is sometimes different. I mean, the way that they see things and the way that they kind of put things in their order of operations is very enlightening to me as a bystander and as someone that's just observing the process, because they obviously know what they're doing. I do not. And if I pay attention, I can pick up a lot of really cool tips and techniques in terms of how to streamline that process and make it easier, if that makes sense. So, Ross, are you ready, love?
Yeah. I'm actually gonna post it somewhere. Hold on, so you guys can see my website. Actually, who's on stage that can do this right now and help? Sharon can. Sharon, post this somewhere so people can see it. So I'm posting my link so you guys can see in real time this page and as it changes. So right now, here's where we are. Here's what my page looks like live. This is live on the internet, by the way. I sent it to Sharon so she'll be able to put it in the nest. And I started changing pictures. I started making pictures. You can already see we are there. We know what's going on. This is perfect. We just need to make it not a square. So we're gonna get in there. I'm gonna change it. 16 by 9. Redo that. Okay, good. So I made pictures, I made things, I made icons. I did this all relatively quickly. And I started changing things. I mean, look at the words. We have new rules. You can get a healthy innovation box sent right to your house from this farm. It looks like this, just on your dinner table, just sprawled out. Amazing. And you can get it for, I don't know how much yet. We haven't got that far. We'll get to pricing. This, we're going to do in a minute. I put my own icons here. So this is all like AI generated, which is awesome.
For those of you that
This
were
is
in
the
the SAS
latest one.
project, oh, sorry, Ross. For those of you that were in the
Oh,
the SAS class before this, this is where you would link up all of those how to pay pages, right? You would have that already completed, your Stripe pages and all of those things that you created for that previous class. They can be integrated into this skill. These skills stack upon each other if you so choose. So just keep that in mind, that you already have some of the skill sets in those arrows in your quiver that can hit the target when it comes to, outfitting the rest of this website.
And all I'm doing is I literally went to Pixio, I generated the right size for my image. I'm skipping Canva because not necessary. It's going to generate perfectly to use in my content right now. And I think having AI help you in this way is very beneficial. And this looks great. Follows the theme originally set forth for me. This is why generative AI is going to be very helpful in building websites. I'm able to just seamlessly match theme of the theme using art. It's wild stuff, guys. So here, these are icons. Now, if you look at regular, not icons, they're pictures. Then you hit save, and then they get transformed into icons later. There's like a plugin that will turn all of your fake icons to real icons. So you're not just pretending to know what you're doing. You're doing. There's multiple ways to do things. So in the end of the day, hold on one second, guys. So at the end of the day, you'll be able to have a plugin that will turn all of your images into like SVGs and perfectly readable for the web. But what's cool for now is you can go to Canva and make awesome icons, or go to Pixio and make your icons, go to Canva, save them as PNGs, bring it back here. And it's like you hired a professional designer, guys. This is the future of work and the future of how a web designer would work. I can't see a single reason why this wouldn't help a web designer. And look at my workflow. You're seeing it live. Hopefully, yes, thank you, Sharon. So Sharon posted the website. You can see this amazing mobile-friendly website in real time right now. And that's what's great about building for real in real time, is it's all, well, real, which is really good. So I want you guys to think about that, because I think that's really important. Like every change I make goes live. So if I make a change, you're gonna see it. Like I just saved. So now you're gonna see the latest image, which is now changed on the phone in real time. Like I just saw the wrong one, now I see the right one. That's the beauty of knowing how to build and building for yourself. Like this could be the best landing page, the best funnel that you ever had. And it's free to build right now. You don't have to pay nothing, no monthly. You just get in there and build it. That's it. And if you have questions, well, guess what? We're here to answer them. And we have all of the answers. Everything you're hitting or running into, I've hit 100 times. I've been in this situation with 12, 13, 14-year-olds, with 20-year-olds, with 40, 50-year-olds. So I've seen every single thing that could possibly happen. So I'm pretty sure if you have a question and you're afraid to ask it, I mean, don't be afraid. So this I would change with a tutor. So I would actually spend time and change all this text. And I heard someone go off mic. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I just want to make sure, give me a thumbs up, Starboss. Did you get logged in or not? Because I was thinking that you had, and I just want to make sure that you are at where you need to be. If not, screenshot where you are and DM TSI behind the scenes so that Alisher can help you through, or just DM Alisher directly. Are you good? Okay, good. I was freaking out there for a second, friends. I want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind. All right, continue, Ross.
So you should be in your own theme right now, putting in your own images, following what I'm doing. If you're not, just do it like they say at Nike. And also, if you have questions, I mean, this is actually the best time to ask.
Can I ask you something regarding the, oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
I mean, you already interrupted. No, I'm kidding. What's up?
So sorry. These icons, right? So what did you say that asked to make the resolution better? I didn't get that.
Okay, so do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Because I'm having this
Yes.
thing again. Hold on.
Dan,
We're
you
good.
can't hear him?
Okay, so
Oh, you were just mashing buttons. Okay. Everybody.
So to change the resolution in Canva, I went here, resize, I hit custom size, and I put the size I want. That's it. So easy. And if you're on live, it'll switch over. There's a delay. And if you don't have Canva, then you could pretty much use Photoshop. Pretty much any tool to resize images will work. Well, Canva's free, so you can resize for free. This is correct. You can crop too. But we're using basically AI to create customized content for our web. So like, for example, these peaches. I love the idea of the peaches, but I don't want to use those. So I would say, go to like, see what I can build. Let's see. Photo of. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. This looks nice. So I could take this and I could just literally go to WordPress like it's ready. Just grab it, just put it there. It's that easy, guys. Using Pixio and WordPress is the best thing ever, honestly. I remember the old days, like finding the right images. Now it's so easy. I'm literally just generating images and just keeping it moving. And you have a question, Sharon?
Just regarding TurboCraft in Pixio, you're using that because it generates numerous images or what? Or is it?
For two reasons. One, I don't want to wait until I know it's going to be good. Two, I use it for experimenting, but then 1 out of 3 is really good. Also, Dave, I have a quick question. So I recently signed up to your newsletter, which, by the way, it's actually good. It's a good read. But I have a question.
Don't be so
Your images are
surprised,
really
Ross.
good. Are you generating these? Are you the master prompter behind this?
On the focus field one?
Oh, I joined a few and I saw some images that were like really good and obviously fake, but like good.
Yes. If they're on my newsletter, I've generated them more than
Yeah.
likely in Pixio.
My favorite is the chain to the
Oh,
desk.
with the glowing chain where I have her chained to the desk.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen that one.
So good.
Oh yeah, that's about your to-do list will steal your freedom. Yeah, I've done that in Pixio. It
Such
was
a
pretty
good
cool.
use. Listen, that's a great use because like I remember reading it. And I'm like, okay, I relate to that. But that picture just sent it home for me. I was like, I resonate with this, and that's a great thing, great idea for like what I'm doing right now, guys. Like, you can use these technologies to really tell your brand story, whatever that story may be.
Yeah, that
And
that
I can,
image went through Pixio and then it went through the upscaler with a little bit of enhance, and it made
ooh,
all the difference to the light,
it's
the
crazy.
chains, the girl's face. But yeah, yeah, I think it works well together. Look, the title hits you in the face, so I think the image had to do the same. I think
Yeah,
what we're talking
and
about is AI gives you
yeah,
the ability not just to be a grunt having to do some one image. It allows you to think more like an art director. That's the way I see it is I'm art directing the title I want and I'm using AI to generate lots of that. Then I'm art directing the image to be in line with that. But I probably done like 16 images before I hit on that one. I knew what I wanted to do. It just give me more. I'll know when I see it.
One of the things that's really cool about the conversation that's happening right at this moment between Dave and Ross is that when you're generating this many images, a lot of times AI will show you something unexpected because either A, it's not interpreting your prompt the way you thought it should be, or it's leading you in a different direction, sometimes completely off the off the beaten path. What Dave just mentioned in terms of storytelling, it's like an art director or just a movie director. You're telling the story and you're remembering all of the bits and bobs that you're going to need along the way. You kind of have this idea when you are writing a script, for instance, you know how it ends, right? And then you have to fill in the dash between the beginning and the end. And you're setting the entire scene for your client. You are setting the banquet. You're thinking about the table decorations. You're thinking about the silverware, the patterns of the plates. You're thinking about the lighting and the music and the centerpieces. And then you're thinking about what's on the menu. Each of these little pieces, as you're generating the images, keeping the ones that maybe they don't make it to the website, but you're keeping them in a folder because you know what, they all have the same theme and the same vibe and the same nuances that you could make an entire product line out of. So let's say hypothetically we've got this farmers market theme, right? Well, you could make a whole entire line of, let's say, plant decorations, the little tags that you put on your plants, or you could make aprons, you could make garden tools, you could make all sorts of things using those imageries. That image that you are, amassing and accumulating, they could be licensed out to other people. They could be on seed packets, they could be on, essential oil packets, they could be on anything, right? But you have the continuity of that moment, that experience that you're creating through the visuals. And that's what is such a powerful thing to think about because for the longest time, we haven't had these tools democratized in the sense that if once upon a time as an editor, I would have Adobe and no one else in the world would because it was so cost prohibitive, right? And so you had certain access to certain tools. If you were, let's say, a film, you know, person in film, right? You would have access to a different set of tools that normal folks wouldn't. And so the barrier to entry was really, really high. Here, you have the ability to storytell and have a 360-degree view of whatever it is that you want to tell. You can add your own music. You can generate that. You can generate the imagery. You can generate the copy, the prose, the written word that you want, and they can all be a cohesive little gift that you are giving and presenting to your end consumer. And so I encourage all of you to think differently because legacy systems thought one way. you're having to train your brain to think of another way. Your workflows are going to be completely different. You're going to batch ideas and you're going to have multi purposes. Back in the day when I was, I write for 40 magazines, right? So when you create, let's say, an article, you are going to repurpose that article in at least 7 different ways in order to monetize it. You're going to have an audio version. You're going to have a shorter, too long didn't read version. You're going to have one with step out pictures. You're going to have another one that's going to be in an ebook for, someone later on down the road. You're going to have all of these different ways to kind of repurpose that information. It's the same with your images that you are creating, and they're insanely unique. Even if you're using AI, you have the proof of human because what you're doing, what Dave just said, he's like, I took this image and then I put it through this rigor, and then I put it through this rigor, and then I added this special lightning, and then I added this. Why? Because in his mind, he is editing. Just the process of taking away or the process of adding your own little spin, even the process of deciding which image to keep and which to throw away. It's like the gambler, the song, you got to know what to hold them and know when to walk away, know when to run, those kinds of things. It's exactly the same thing because you're making those cognizant choices for your brand, if that makes sense. So as you're watching the screen, you are seeing Ross go at Mach speed, right? Eventually, that muscle memory is going to make it so that you do the same. You're going to start understanding the tools at your fingertips. You're going to understand what they do, but also how to manipulate them in your favor. Dave has a very specific process, and he has his newsletters, the Focus Fuel newsletter, but he also has a lot of interesting spaces where you'll sit and chit chat. His one when you're stuck, for instance. And sometimes he'll just hear it in a different way and show you a different process that makes it more efficient. And that is something that's very valuable, especially when time is your most valuable resource. You're measured in units of attention. You only have so many units of attention per day, and you have to pick and choose where you're going to spend them. So I just wanted to put that out there that no image goes to waste. You're going to repurpose it many, many times, and you're going to understand how to monetize those. Because here's the other thing. If you're paying, let's say, $30 a month for Pixio, you had to figure out how to monetize something that you're creating in that system to pay for it, because you can't afford to deficit spend, right? And giving yourself that parameter and saying, I am going to sell something. I don't even care if it's just stickers on Etsy. You can upload any of these to Sticker Mule, right? You can put all of these on Society6 or Cafe Press or Redbubble, any of those things instantly. You can set up a store, and now you have the tools to set up a website to do that. That's pretty powerful. So I just want to put that out there. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Ross mentioned my newsletter because thinking about the speed of output and what you can share with people, like the possibilities are absolutely endless. I was speaking on a space earlier this afternoon for me, and I was actually talking about that specific article about your to-do list stealing your freedom. And somebody was listening just in the listeners. And I get a ping and I get a notification and it tells me this person has signed up for my newsletter for an entire year and has paid me $200 to read more of my information. But the power of that knowledge and the way that you can package this now is absolutely amazing. But this is just a tool to enable you to actually get what you have out into the world easier. But the opportunities are there. I've done this time and again, even though I design websites, I still go and share and see opportunities beyond even just building a website. Like a website is not just a tool to design a website for somebody else. I do that, but now I'm getting paid to share a newsletter every single week. And instead of me paying a company to send that, people are paying me and saying, yes, please tell me more every week. So there's a kind of cohesive connection with all of this. Think about the opportunities that may be in front of you. You could be speaking on a space, you could be sending out messages, could be DMing, you could be helping somebody. And then your website is a next logical step, and I tell everybody this, it is a hub. X is just a spoke to feed people back into some sort of platform or some medium that you control the relationship. If the algorithm changes like it did last week and said, big accounts, you no longer matter. I have friends of mine with like 300,000 followers are now getting way less traction, way less money, but that's because X is controlling those parameters. A website, you get to control the parameters, you get to own the relationship with people. So think about what you do here or anywhere else. I was on a Zoom call with a client for web design stuff yesterday. She asked me what I do as my hobby. I told her about Focus Fuel. She joined that newsletter straight away. So there's so many different spokes that can feed into this hub that you're actually learning to build right now.
Yeah, and
Ross, your audio is wonky, at least for me. I don't know if it is for everybody else.
Me too.
Yeah, you sound like a senile old man going demented, walking around speaking to
Yep,
himself.
he just hit the mute. He hit the mute button with his tongue. That's just what happened. Just so you know, that's on the speaker. That's on the the record. Alisher, can you test your mic, please? Alisher is actually running to his phone to try to get to the speaker. I just want to make sure that they're both out there. Ross is going to duck down and take a lap. So,
Hey, do you guys hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
sir. Okay, good. I just want to make sure that we still have a connection with the Bat Cave, one way, shape, matter, or form.
Let's see. I actually also have my sound off. Russ is coming back in a second. He's the Spaces on iPhone for some reason is having some issues.
Well, did he charge the battery after talking to all of us this afternoon?
While we wait for Ross, can I offer one piece of advice for people who are building right now? When I design new websites, I'm not as worried about the aesthetics and the
yeah.
yes, we can hear you now.
Right. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's not just interesting. It's like really a W for you because I really couldn't it's stuck in my brain, and that's so cool that you can now do that because in the past I would have to go find images. Now I'm like just generating these awesome images. Like you can see in the stream, I made this.
Can you imagine the difference in that article if it was a cheesy Colgate image, stock photography? No, I mean it seriously. It would not have the same impact. The fact that I also used AI to generate ideas to get that image. And I said, no, this article is slapping people in the face. This is really important. This is not a normal cheesy article. I actually told AI, I said, that's bland, cheesy, corporate, typical, predictable, and cliched. Give me more ideas that are actually strong and powerful. And I can't remember if it was me or AI that came up with the idea of somebody being chained to a desk.
It's great either way. And you guys can see on stream, I'm on AI Tutor. I had it read the entire website, gain context, and then I started asking it questions. Now I'm asking it about different things that I need, so I don't have to write any of this. See? It's writing all of it for me. Literally just taking it, going to WordPress, and putting it here.
Folks, this is really important what he just did. He really pay attention to that screen. Ross, go back to the Pixie or to my AI Tutor.
Yeah,
screen.
sure.
Yeah, the reason why it's really powerful. A lot of people, this is the friction point where they just call it in. They're like throwing the towel. When you're looking at my AI Tutor right there, what Ross did is he dropped. This is for the benefit of the recording also, because it's like, see what I'm doing. He dropped everything that you needed to have in his website, and then just dropped and dragged it into my AI Tutor. And my AI Tutor is sussing out the copy and creating the copy as it has interpreted his website. So not only is it looking at the theme, it's looking at the colors, it's looking at the messaging, it's looking at the words. And then what it's doing is saying, all right, I need to have some cohesiveness that fits and drops into these sections. It is instantly created. For folks that have built a business and have searched for websites, for hours on end, that and they don't know. They say, well, I have to hire a developer, I have to do this, I have to do that. All of those things are taking away from what you really should be doing, right? And there is going to come a point, and I'll say, yes, you can build your own website. You can do all of these things. Um, a lot of times when you want to create something that's more, I should say, more robust, right? Let's say you need to have, you're gathering information that needs to have a privacy wall, or you have to have something that's a little bit outside of your skills, right? That's when you would tap someone like Dave, right? You say, here, I've already created this. Now fix it so that I can make sure that everything is secure, or add, this to it. Sometimes it's not necessarily about finishing this. It's also knowing what else you need. If I showed, let's say, I took what my AI tutor told me to write and I plopped it into my website. And I think, okay, I have this working copy. Taking that to designer or taking that to developer as what you have on the page and saying, now I need you to add on to it, monumentally easier than trying to suss out from the beginning, this kind of amorphous, I'm not really sure what I need kind of thing, if that makes sense. Jeff, go ahead, love. I will continue to talk. And I don't
No,
want
you're
to
good.
go ahead.
So I published the latest version. You can see all the text has changed for the most part, except like I think 3 things. And it's really cool how quickly you can do this, because let me tell you something. You can make a website for someone and make money by using this. Like Divi just changed your process of creation and brought it down to like just maybe 20 minutes. And yes, you can go custom, and no, we're not doing that today. And if you want to do that on your own, you can. Today is really about getting acquainted with the tools, how to edit things and change things. We're going to be able to do
Ross,
upthings.
Jeff needs you to answer something real quick, hon.
What's up?
The question I've got is along the lines of what Sarah was just talking about. Just with your basic AI Tutor Plus, is it possible to feed the site into that the way you've been doing with premium and stuff here to get the same results in order for it to be able to analyze images and color and all that?
So I've been just doing this in Plus. I've only been in Plus actually right now. So you can. You're good.
Okay, but it can also do the images and stuff, right? I mean,
no, you would need Pixie.
I mean, for analyzing and the colors and stuff, the way Sarah was saying.
Yeah, but you can't create images in the way that I was, because I was actually using Pixio.
And
But
no,
I'm using Plus for the time.
I understood that. I'm just trying to figure out how you actually got it fed into Plus.
I just did /browse space URL.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
And to get that URL, guys, you have to hit the publish button. When you hit the publish button, it saves what you have, and then you can, have it go live. That's why Ross was saying when Sharon had posted it up top, right? She posted it in the nest. She posted that link. You're actually having the transparency of building in public. You can see in real time what it's looking like. And, by and large, don't be afraid to do this. No one's watching you, actually. When you have a brand new website, people aren't paying attention until you broadcast that link. And so, knowing what it's going to look like on the other side, or, many times if Ross is working on something, he's like, okay, Sarah, look at this, and he'll send us a link behind the scenes, or to Morgan or whatever. And whoever's up in the middle of the night, really, and say, okay, look at this. And it's because you need to see what it looks like on somebody else's screen, for lack of a better term. And that's really important, to be able to do that. And a lot of people, that is going to give you the worst anxiety you've ever imagined. To you, it's like talking in front of an auditorium with your pants down. It'll freak you out, but don't let it. This is one of those courage moments that you're learning a new skill set. You're learning how not only to build in public, but also really lean into tools that are augmenting the experience and making it quicker. for a lot of you, it's a control issue. You're going to think to yourself, well, wait a second, did I actually create this myself? Am I an imposter? Am I not an artist? Am I, not a creator? Am I not a writer? How many writers are really, really struggling with the fact that this system just created all the copy for you, and maybe your job is to write copy. Well, you edit it, you zhuzh it, you make it your own, you use those sliders, you know, you figure out how to scale the image, and you add your own fingerprint to the things. And you're going to have to come to that. It's a come to Jesus moment, as we say in our house, right? Where you're looking at yourself in the mirror and you're saying, look, why are you here? You're here to create a business. You're here to profit from your labors. You're here to convey a message. You're here to communicate to somebody. You're here to write a story. You're here to create art. You're here to do fill in the blank. That's why we asked you last week, what is your why? What do you want to accomplish with this? What is it that you want out into the universe? And when you ask yourself that question, and then you have to come to that moment where you say, well, wait a second, I am a smart person. Would you try to go gardening and, have a fallow field that is completely, overrun with weeds and say, you know what, I'm not going to use a shovel. I'm not going to use a tractor. I'm not going to use whatever's at my fingertips to till this land. I'm going to do it the hardest way possible. No, you're not, because you need to be fed. You need to have food. So it's the same kind of concept here. For a lot of you, this is going to be very unnerving, but I'm telling you, it's changing the way that you think, and it's allowing you to fulfill the purpose that you were called to do. So I'll leave it there. I see that Karis, the AI, is up, who I love. Go ahead, love.
Yo, yo, yo. Hey, everybody. Wake up if you haven't fallen asleep and dance around a little bit. I have 2 questions. Number 1, pretend that I have all my images, I have all my text, I'm ready to go, ready to roll. In WordPress, please show me on the live stream, where do I put my images that I want to use? I think I flashed on some library at some point, but I can't find it now. So that's question 1. And I'll ask the second question in a minute.
Ross,
Thank
did you get that?
Sweetie. Yeah, so the library is in 2 places. When you go to upload an image, it's there. Or if you're looking at the screen right now in live, there's media and library and add new.
Show me again, media, library, add new. Where's that? Media. Oh, yep, media. Okay, library, add new. Okay. Question number 2, Ross, doesn't have to be today, but maybe next time. Can you change your mouse cursor to something gigantic and neon colored so we can follow it a little bit easier, particularly on this white background?
Who's talking? Because I'm on Android now. I lose that ability.
That
Sure,
is
this
Karis.
is Karis.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep, this is Karis, the AI.
I got you. I will see if there's a setting I can do, but
Not today.
the best thing I
Next
could
week.
do is just get to a point where you don't need it. Like, start playing with it. You won't need it. You have this video that will show you exactly over and over again. It's be streaming literally between now and next Wednesday.
I understand that. It's just very difficult to follow you live when your cursor is tiny and white and there's white background. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I will see if there's a setting that could, make it a little bigger. But I would say until that is a thing, just, you can always rewind it. So even if it's fast, you could rewind it. It's going to be there forever. And people can stop me and say, hey, how did you do that? Like you just did. You just made me stop and go to the WordPress dashboard. Feel free to do this, guys. We have only a short time together. If I had to go very slow, we just wouldn't be able to get through everything. So make sure you're in the Slack. If you are, then you're good. Following along is super easy because you can get our attention in the Slack and we can help you one-on-one. So you won't have to really worry. But if you're speaking about for everyone, I would say everyone join the Slack until the mouse is big, neon, and giant. That would be my best advice to you. But I'm glad I was able to help you. And if you have questions at this point, just stay speaker and stop me.
Folks, I will tell you, I actually have a giant magnifying glass in front of my screen because I work with a lot of little things when you're soldering and whatnot. It is something that, especially my age group, as you get to certain point in your life, it is one of those things too. I would definitely love the cursor to be neon or black or large. But then if it's the size of like a fly or something and I'm swatting at it, I already have issues about trying to fix your screen, because the live screen is I'm flipping from one to the other and as the night goes on. So the trouble or the struggle is real, but I definitely agree with you, Karis. I think that would be very, very beneficial, um, in more ways than one. I'm slapping you a high five, sister. Artie has his hand up too as well.
Hey, how's it going? I am working in the Divi thing and I'm working with the H1 element. And if I go to the settings button to pull it up, I can see the content, the H1, the text that I've put in there. I'm not understanding how to consistently change the like color of the text because I would imagine you go to design and then text and change color there, but when I do that, nothing happens. But the weird thing is, if I adjust the letter spacing, for instance, it will change the letter spacing for the words that I'm trying to adjust the color for. But it just doesn't do anything with when I change color.
I would say DM screenshots in Slack and or right now because my DMs are being manned, and that's the best way because it's really hard to see individual people unless we can see. And just so you know, I made my mouse blue, so that works.
I love you so much, Ross. I saw that. I'm like, "Aw, you're such a good man." Um, you have no idea. I mean, seriously, it is one of those things too that we have a lot of folks that are
It's so small,
overseas,
though.
and it's
It
like,
doesn't translate, so it doesn't make it actually bigger, but it does make it blue. So
it
we
makes it
got.
blue. This is good. Little steps. I definitely say little steps. I did see that, Dan had added, I think he's doing the digital tagging and then running and doing a lap and then to be able to hear because of unstable issues. But he had mentioned about adding links, like let's say buy me a coffee, because I do know that we have a lot of folks that are in the listening audience that have buy me a coffee um, on their X profiles, and they may want to embed that link. Is that going to break Divi?
No, we're gonna talk about all that later. Right now, everyone needs to be like editing their actual theme. Right now, we're learning in stages. So for me to jump ahead and do custom links, it doesn't really help everyone
Got it.
together.
Got
It
it.
helps
Got it.
like the 4 people who are there.
I think his question was just, can it be done without breaking anything?
Let me
I don't.
just tell you, so you don't everyone doesn't ask 100 questions. I'm gonna just confidently tell you right now, if you're a part of this class in the next 6 weeks, anything you can come up with in your brain, I can make happen. And if I can't do it, Dave can. So don't worry.
That's not BS too. They're actually wizards. They really are. When it comes to these guys can do those things in their sleep. I've seen it in firsthand. So that is definitely a truth. So, but continue on. You were telling everybody that we should be editing the copy
Yeah,
more
you should
and
you
playing
should
around, right?
you should immediately start editing. And if you don't have AI Tutor and Pixio, you should go get those and you should get 20% off for life. And if you didn't get that and you still got AI Tutor and Pixio, you're the best because you're making the dream come true. But we're trying to help people that can't afford it, and we want you guys to be able to get this stuff done for you. And you could use other AIs, that's fine, but granularly speaking with Pixio, I don't know one that could do all of them with like we do. And as far as the browse feature, from what I understand, we're the only people that have the browse feature. And that's an AI tutor, which allows you to sync your website and have it look at your website and determine what's going on there and create more content from it. It's like the ultimate cheat code to content creation.
So cool and perfect for this. That's awesome. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are using it for this, but a lot of people that have AI Tutor, they use it to ingest large documents from like websites, to scan many websites into context. It's really cool. Now, guys, this is really live. This is not fake live. So this is the official launch of the Innovator Farm, or Innovate Farm, what Innovators Farm. So we'll fix that because we made a problem there. Official launch. It is live. You can see all of the text changes, all my custom graphics from Pixio. And let me tell you, this was the breeze. Client would pay like a few $1,000s for this. You could do this all day long. Literally all day long. And make money. This is a way you can make money, a real way. It's not like a fake way. I'm not just telling you. This is not a get rich quick. This is not have ChatGPT make you thousands of dollars. This is an actual way you can make money for people. Everyone on X wants a website that's good. You can give that to them, and you could do it at a fraction of what everyone else around them is going to charge them. This is a unique standpoint to be in, I think, because you're learning right now from the people who know exactly what they're doing. We're here to help you, to help build a new skill within you. And if you take advantage of this time we have together and you rewatch the live streams, you can actually do this for other people. This is actually a thing that people do for money, believe it or not. Dave could tell you it's really a thing.
I was just gonna say, ask Dave Meyer.
I had a good month.
There you go. Dave had a good month. Be like Dave. Have a good month. This is what this was all about. This whole entire thing, I build a WordPress site, Idea to Impact. It's to help empower you guys. I could do this in a different way. Like we could just, and you know, it would work and it'd still be so valuable to have this live stream and how we just launched this live right now today. But what's crazy is I'm giving you everything, the keys to the kingdom. You get everything that I have right now at my disposal. You have that too. And you're able to build and go live. So what I'm wondering, just a quick question, just a quick check-in. How come I don't have links? I feel like I'm the only one who gave a link right now. This is not fair, to be honest. So.
Well, wait a second. I will be the first to tell you that I cannot make my cursor move as fast as yours, no matter
Well,
how
forget
hard
that.
I summon it.
It's
But I
okay. You
will.
don't gotta do it right now. But I'm gonna show you guys when you're done, right? And it's all said and done. You're like, great, amazing. So what you want to head over to your dashboard. I'm doing this on stream. If you go to your pages, you can click this new page that you just made. And when you do, it'll either say draft, this is the empty one, or this is the live one. Now, this is the confusing part a little bit, but you can unconfuse everything. I'm gonna show you how. Step one is here is your URL. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing. This is the number, the link. So if you don't change anything, you go here, click this. This is your actual link. You can click that. That will go to your website. You can copy that and you can post it to us. If you have not hit the save button, then obviously you can't do that. So you want to make sure that inside the builder, when you've made any changes, it could be one change, it could be 30 changes, be sure to hit the save button. It's really important.
So Ross, I've got a secret, kind of weird question. You have like the keys to the kingdom. You are the omniscient, the all-seeing God over all of us, right? So technically, if we're hitting click and save, from the back end, you could actually look through the roster of folks that have all of the backpacks, right? And kind of see what they're building, correct?
Yeah, if you're into this, we'll be able to see everything and I'll be able to help anyone. But in order for me to help you, you need to follow two directions. One, do not go to Discord. That is not for this. So like if you do not get answered, well, that's why. Only in Slack will we be answering these questions. So everyone get in Slack. You should have an invite in your DMs if you DM'd. If not, DM now. Get in Slack. Slack is where we can have meetups or huddles and we can help each other.
For those that are not familiar with Slack, Josh Hellman always talks about collaboration being the new currency. Slack is a very important tool for collaboration. and for teams that work together. So if you've never used Slack before, it does take a little bit of a tiny learning curve. Yes, you're not going to be happy with having to learn a new skill. But that being said,
Easier than
it is
Discord though, Sarah, right?
so much easier than Discord. And as an entrepreneur, as a business person, eventually you're going to hire some folks, right? You're going to want to understand how to connect to your folks and have that kind of collaboration. So it is a skill that you need to learn. All of the things that Ross introduces you to, whether it's, you know, when we were in the SAS class, for instance, you learning Supabase and Vercel and GitHub. And in this ecosystem, you're learning what a cPanel is and Divi, and you're learning, the ins and outs of maybe Pixio or an outside source of an art generator, and then bringing it into modifying it into Canva. These are all ecosystems that you, as a person that is being reskilled and retooled for an AI age, needs to have on their fingertips, at the tip of their fingertips. And so, when we're telling you get into Slack, that's not saying we're digging our heels in the sand and making you, forced fun activity. No, it's also a very pertinent part of the curriculum, is that as a person that is now becoming fluid in the digital overlay, where you are a digital nomad, you are working as a solopreneur in many cases, you're going to have to learn how to collaborate. And how are you going to do that? Right. One of the things that we learned earlier with Jeff, I'm using you as an example, Jeff, just know that's with love and respect, right? He was using Brave. Brave is like a fortress, right? It's not a sharing tool. You're building a castle instead of a bridge. Slack is a bridge. Chrome is a bridge. When you're thinking about having an ecosystem with lots of little nodes that needs to connect really quickly, those are the kinds of things that you have to think through, right? And so in your notes, think to yourself, am I building bridges or am I creating giant walls for myself, right? And that is one of the things that we're thinking through with that. So definitely take advantage of Slack. And it's also to help Nick, Alisher, and Ross, because they know that if you are in that channel, that it is this class. Because you have to understand, they teach hundreds of classes. They have thousands of students. They have so many of us in one ecosystem, the other ecosystem, or both ecosystems. They are answering DMs, and they're on every platform. This class is being streamed on multiple platforms simultaneously. So you may have people in this class that you're not seeing because they're not here on X, right? They might be on a different platform, right? So there are many different people coming in from multiple different sources. And so this is guaranteeing that you don't get lost in the shuffle. So I just want to put that out there. Dan, you had your hand up first, and then we'll go to Kathleen.
Hello. I think the internet is working for me now. Yay! So I wanted to just kind of piggyback on what you were just saying, Sarah, and express just gratitude for Jeff and asking that question. Because here's why. I shared like this idea to create a one sheet of links that connect all these different pieces we need for this puzzle we're building together. But just that the fact that he asked that question combined with this discussion of branding, it would be so easy to create in Canva a one sheet that has your colors and then your code, like your color codes, so you can just put those into AI and say, I would like blue 56949er and like it's just like you always have that one place to go. And with AI having vision, it can always, you can just say, refer to my branding guide and do this. So that could be really powerful. And that came about because of this collaborative space. So I wanted to share that. And then I have a super specific question. I asked it in the Trouble. If it already got answered while I was like kicked off the internet, that's okay. Just keep going. But I just wanted to make sure, like, if we add a link to like an online store or something, some other portal that we've made, I wanted to distinguish what Ross was saying about like not breaking Divi, and then adding outside elements like that are link based. So can you go through that?
To quote Ross, he said, "We're not there yet." So just so you know.
Yeah, we're
Gotcha.
not there yet, but it's 100% possible and doable. We're gonna get to a point where we're gonna be embedding bots from AI Tutor onto our WordPress, as an
Yeah.
example.
Heck, okay, awesome. I will buckle up then.
What you want to make sure is that you are able to do everything that we did up till right this moment where the live stream is. So my page is live. You can see it. It's customized. All the copy is customized.
That's awesome. I'm driving right now, so back to Sarah's question, like, can you see that on the back end? I'm totally willing to have you pull mine up. It's a hot mess right now, but I did all the things and then I saved it. So are you able to do that, or do I need to put it live just to?
You got to put it live. You got to
Okay.
save.
I've got it
You got to
saved.
save
Yeah,
it.
I've got it saved.
Okay. So do you know? Can you see it?
I can't right now. This is the wonders of social audio because I'm driving, so I'm going to be a safe driver and
So
not look at my
DM
TV
it
page.
to me if you want.
What's that?
DM it to me.
Okay, I will when I stop for gas. Awesome. Thank you.
So you should be good. So guys, hang on one
Wait,
second.
wait. I was unmuted. Kathleen has a question for you, Ross.
I have one of those never a dumb questions. So it looks like I've already created like 4 pages and published them. Is there, and I didn't mean to. Can I just delete them and start over?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to break something. I'll keep ask.
Truly, I don't think there's very much that you can totally break unless you're like adding stuff or being in a place that you're not supposed to be in. But I mean, by and large, they can usually fix it, or at least they'll laugh at you and have you laugh with them as they do a redo or a restart. But that's the benefit of having being inside the play yard that they've created, that we're in their little contained bubble, so they can kind of help us out. But I did the same thing actually, Kathleen. I have created many different pages unawares, but I think it's kind of delightful. Yes, thank you. You are my people.
Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, you can let me know, but I want to see if you can get your links posted. DM me your links if you want, and I can tell you if it will work. Or if I could actually see it, because unless I could see it, that means it's not published to the actual world. So I want you to send me any links in via DM or post them. Getting your link, I'm going to do it on stream again. You want to be in dashboard. And again, we can change this. It's going to be like nice links. Right now, they're bad links, but it's okay. You guys will get over it. So you go to the one you like, this one, no title. And you'll see over here on the right, you have a little link called URL. When you click it, there's another URL. That's the one. That's the one you post to everyone. Also, can you guys hear me okay? My phone's like glitching out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you go over that one more time, what link it was? Because
On the page,
I didn't see your
before
screen.
you hit edit, when you click the page again, there's going to show you URL right here.
Now I see it, gotcha.
And then you click it, and it will show you the actual URL, which is down here. And you can share that with everyone. We would love to see it.
Ross, I chose something, but I just have to, I need to take time to do this, but I've been playing around just that you don't think that I didn't do anything, okay? I did something, but I'm just not ready to post anything.
No, post it. It doesn't even matter. Literally, just post it. And Bill check your DMs on Slack, please. Guys, just post it. It's okay. It doesn't have to be as done as mine is. I did it super fast. Well, not super fast, but to you guys, it's super fast. But for me, it was just my normal workflow. But I'm happy to go back and we're going to do it. We'll do it again. But I just want to see if you guys got to a point where it's live in a theme that you chose and there's like one or two things changed, or maybe a lot. Who knows? And if you have Pixio, you should be generating and making things. And if you have Canva, which everyone should, it's free. You can do what I did.
I put mine in there, but I don't know if mine counts.
Yeah, I'm not finding that URL when you're mousing over the menu on the left in the dashboard. I'm not finding that URL that you were talking about. I can find it when I go into the actual page, but I don't think that's the one you want.
Yeah, so like in the dashboard, it looks like this. And then you hit the one you want. I'm doing it again. And then you go there. And then
what? Okay, I didn't see what you just clicked on.
I just dashboard. So you get
Oh,
to the
okay,
dashboard.
you're just clicking on that link up there.
This one. The one that says like not draft. So like this is bad. I'll delete it. See, just the one, this one. Then I click
I'm
it.
trying to get to the page you're on at the moment.
So my page is just the dashboard. So to get to the dashboard, you just go to the URL and you do /WP-admin. So your URL /WP-admin. That is going to get you to here. And then you go to pages, then you go to your page, then you see your URL, then you click it, then you get the actual URL. So if you still have a problem, I would say like message us in Slack after the fact, or try again, or DM us and maybe someone can help you. Because we don't have the ability to screen share yet here, unfortunately.
No, that's fine. I'm doing okay with everything. I just was trying to follow through with the steps that you had recommended here, but 'cause I'm not entirely green in WordPress. I just haven't worked in here in a few years.
That's fine. You know, it's pretty easy with Divi. You're gonna get a lot of the hard things that were difficult normally kind of fixed for you. You just have to focus on following the steps really, because if you do, then you're gonna be able to get to a point where you're able to do what you see. But again, this is all going to be on the live stream again, over and over all week. There's no rush. You can reach out to us. And please don't change your theme at this point. You want to kind of stay with Divi as the theme. And whatever you're trying to do, you should basically write that down and bring that for next week, because that's when we're going to be doing custom elements in Divi. So like starting with a blank page and making our own elements. And learning how to save elements for later use in Divi.
Okay, I have a silly question. And
They're unknown, but okay.
it's silly actually. Well, not really, but all right. So I'm editing because I'm not familiar with WordPress at all. Just so everybody else in the room understands that I've never built a website with this. I've used Squarespace and I've used Wix, right? So I have just picked my theme, just like you had your garden theme. I have a craftsman theme finally. I changed it. It's awesome. And I write my title and I click the publish in order to make sure that I am saving things. And I think I have the similar issue with what Jeff is talking and alluding to, because I thought that my website name which would be pocketfolks.tsiprogram.org. When I'm putting in the link, I must have done something incorrect because it's just showing the Divi main page. And I kept thinking, did I not save it correctly? Or am I missing a step? If that's where I'm at, because I know a lot of folks are kind of at the same point where they're seeing the main Divi screen. Actually, it's the weirdest thing if I'm putting it there. Yeah, I see some of the hearts from other people. Yeah, they get what I'm saying. So I thought to myself, where is the disconnect? Because I'm feeling like this should be my website name, but it's not showing what I've played with and what I've done today. What am I doing wrong?
So where are you right now?
I'm actually still playing with my template. I'm having
Okay.
so much fun
So,
adding
at
stuff
your
to it.
template at the bottom, do you have a purple dot?
Yeah, the purple dot down at the bottom
Click
where
it.
it's like
If
a
you
little
click it,
circle.
yeah, it turns into stuff, and you can hit save.
Oh, well, that's really kind of wonderful. Okay, but I had clicked saved before.
Yeah.
And
So
in
now,
the publish.
now what you do is you see where it says my blog at the top left, where my mouse is.
Yeah.
You
In
can
the
hit
dashboard.
dashboard. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
But
so I hit.
also, every single page you create is automatically added to your navigation bar. So if you go to the front page, you're going to see several pages on top of your navigation bar. And I also highly recommend to start naming your pages, guys.
Yeah.
When you're here, you can go to pages and you can click the page you just saved. So for me, it's no title, this first one. When I go there, I'm able to get my link, as you can see.
Excellent. 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 Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I think I had also the Kathleen issue. I've had everybody's issue. So I'm just, except for the brave one, because I remembered last time not to do that. But I had created a whole truckload of pages. And the hard part is that a couple of them looked the same. The other ones did not. So it felt like Sesame Street. One of these things just doesn't belong here, that kind of thing. For those of us that have multiple pages, how do you remove some of these without destroying and ruining the ecosystem?
Say that one more time. I'm answering like the end of the call.
What Ross heard was wah, 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 wah. No,
You guys can Slack, it's best if you don't DM us, but instead put it in the main channel.
Yeah, I'm
Because
going to
that's
do that. I'm going to play in Slack, but I was just going to add it out into the recording also, because there are going to be a number of folks that listen in on the recording, and this is for the benefit of them, that if you are not in the Slack channel, you do need to have a DM to Tech in Schools to make sure that you are in the DM or in the Slack channel, because that is where everything's going to get answered. So having that conduit is really, really important. You will hear on the recording various issues that people have had. Hopefully I'm doing a good job relaying some of them so that I can be the scapegoat. And I don't mind it at all. But I want to make sure that we have everybody on the same page. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I was trying to follow along with Ross, and now when I try to go into my homepage, which I have been editing, it shows me my URL, but it says the template is default template, and if I try to go to that URL, or if I go to the my blog button, all I get is, like Sarah was just saying, that Divi default sign up page. It's not showing me the page I was creating, but I have been saving it.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
Like you saved your page, you went to the new page, the URL, and you're seeing the old Divi page?
Yeah. Okay. So now When I go over to the menu on the left, go to all pages, I go to my home page. All right. I get an editing page, and it said, with the button that says I can edit with the Divi Builder, but there's nothing else there. There is a URL. It's my
You
correct
click the URL.
URL.
Yeah, you click that, and then you click the one here. Look at stream.
Hang on, let me switch that tab. Yeah, that's the page I'm seeing right now.
So then that link, the second link under it, under the permalink, is the one you gotta go to and share with us.
Under the permalink, I have no idea what you meant by that. I'm okay, right over there.
So share this link with us. Like click it and share it
Okay.
with us.
Well, I wasn't trying to do that anymore. I'm just trying to, but I guess that's what I need to do. But I was trying to get back to where I could edit the page that I've been working on. So let me try and get in there so I can. You say click that link?
Yeah, that's the link you're gonna share with us. If you want to show us your link, we'll put it in the Jumbotron. So once we can
Okay.
see them, I don't see them yet, but if you guys tag me with your link, I could put it in Jumbotron and we could show people what it should look like, which I think is really helpful.
Okay.
It's like the equivalent of calling on people and showing your work. in a
Yeah.
classroom.
Now I'm just trying to figure out how to share it because.
And guys, view your link first. Don't just make a link that's broken. Thank you. Please.
Say that again.
It's good. Things are working. I'm seeing links. So check your links before you post, guys. But yeah, this is awesome.
I'm trying to
So
figure
check
out where to. I guess I posted. Where's that chat thing?
Just post it anywhere and tag me.
If I can figure out how to get up here and post in this chat.
Also, I have a quick announcement because I have a lot of DMs, so we're gonna talk about it for one quick second.
Where
If
the
you
heck
like
are
what you saw on screen, then I'll help you. I promise, Jeff. One sec. I just have a few DMs and I can address it all. If you like what you saw on screen with what I was doing with Pixio and AI Tutor, feel free to sign up. There is a discount code you could use. If you are a registered teacher or you work in a college with students and that's your thing and this is what you do, reach out to us. If you can prove it, you can get a teacher educator discount, but you have to work in a school and be able to prove it. That is my public service announcement. So if you're wondering, how do I get those tools? Can I get a discount? You could, but the tools are paid and not included in what we're doing here, but they are very affordable. So if you would like them, shoot us a DM. But I just wanted to say that because I have a lot of people asking me, how do I get AI Tutor and Pixio to use when I'm building my website? So I wanted to create that way that I can explain it to you guys. And there is links that we did post. And if you can't find them, feel free to DM TSI or AI Tutor, who is also here. And they can definitely get you links or ask in Slack. If you are curious to try it, again, and there's a lot of tools in the world, but the browse feature only exists in AI Tutor. So if you want that feature, you want other features like I was showing, feel free to subscribe. And when you do, you help a student get it for free when we go to classrooms. So we really appreciate that part of this whole ordeal. That being said, Jeff, what is your question? Sorry to interrupt you, but I just got 5 DMs that are exactly the same from different people.
No, you got to do what you got to do. I'm just trying to figure out how to post that into the ITT website, the live feed thing.
You don't got to do anything. All you got to do is hit post on Twitter, put the link, tag me. I'll do all the rest. Just tag me.
I'm not in Twitter on my laptop, only on my phone. But I'm doing all my work on my laptop.
Oh, so then just send it to yourself. Send the link in an email from you to you.
Okay, that's going to be a little slower process. All right.
Or type it in with like your eyes, read it and type it.
I do a cut and paste on the ITT website chat thing, but I can't figure out where to do that in here.
Well, you could do that, and then Josh, I'm sure will go grab it for you.
I'm just trying to figure out where and how to do that in here. And I'm holding up the show. I'm trying not to do that.
No, you're good. Guys, I just want to make sure everyone can post links and showcase what they're doing, because we really have to work together and show off what we're doing. And there are a few people that are DMing me now. Bill, you are one of them. I just see your face. Answer the DM if you're interested, and we will create that for you, my friend. And again, if you don't see a DM from me and I say I DM'd you, go to our private Slack. Everyone gets Slack Pro. It's so much fun. Everyone gets upgraded immediately to Slack's paid service. Take advantage of free stuff, guys.
Ross, I did post in the bubble, so I did figure out how to do it.
Well, there you
Jeff,
go.
yeah, I know. It just took me a minute to do the roundabout way in order to do it. I figured out something, and I don't know if maybe somebody else is going to have this issue, that when I went back to the pages, right, that section, and I went to pages and I went to all pages, I realized that I had fracked up last week. And so I had been pushing the URL to something that I had saved last week, and it was saving it as an unnamed page. And I don't really know how I did that, because I thought to myself, that was the previous theme that I had chosen. And I thought, this is kind of interesting because it does manage to save all of your past work. And so that might trip some folks off, because if I hadn't gone and checked all of the unnamed pages, what tipped me off was actually the stamp off to the right. So I was like, oh, I just saved this because I had resaved it, and then I understood which one I was looking at. So it was a technical foul. It wasn't necessarily as easy to find it as I thought it would be, but I did post it up for the folks that are in the listening audience. And I will tell you this. I highly recommend actually posting them in the Slack channel as opposed to your Twitter feed, because guess what? Many of you are trying to build up your following, and you are trying to make sure that you have awesome visibility. Well, Twitter right now, if you have an outside link in any post, you get a red card, a silent red card from our dear Elon and minions. So I highly recommend, just saving that, making sure that I know there's no love there. Whoever did that hat tip, you get 25 Ross brownie points, which do matter eventually sometime. But yeah, so make sure that you're posting that also, because that documentation.
They will matter. They will matter.
I know, right?
Sorry.
Do as I say, not as I did, because I did, and I don't care about my visibility or my following. I haven't for 18 years. I'm not going to start now on the beloved X. so there it is. But I will tell you that will get you some demotions and demerits, as they say. So the other thing too is posting them in the Slack channel. That serves as your transcript. So when you have hack schoolers, right? If they're, I hack schooled all 3 of my children. They did not go to brick and mortar. We had to keep careful records of what it is that we did. You, as a student here in this classroom, having a documentation of your journey is really important. And these little steps, when we had the SAS class, after you hit each step, you would have confetti for some certain things, because we were using other people's platforms, etc. The confetti here is you posting that link to Ross, Nick, and Alisher. And it serves 2 purposes. 1, it marks your journey, but 2, it's also serving as a proof of concept that the folks that are sitting in and spending their Wednesday evenings learning this new skill, right? So that Nick, Alisher, and Ross, when they do their presentations and they have their, slide deck, they can say, look, here's definitive proof that these students actually did what they said they did. And to the folks who are donating these C panels and, you know, all of the trinkets and trash in our digital backpacks. That's $600 worth of stuff. And as a hat tip to all of those folks that have come out of the woodwork to contribute to your education as, you know, people that are participating in this program, those links matter. We want to make sure that folks that follow after us have similar opportunities, right? And so by doing that, we're posting our links as verification that, yeah, proof of human. We showed up, we did the thing. It could be ugly. It may not be what you want it to look like, but it's a proof of thing, right? And I think it's important. So if you can do that for us, that would be wonderful. That would be a pay it forward on many different levels. It will be the gift that keeps on giving, and especially for you personally, because if you want to continue along this path, this will be your portfolio, right? This is my first portfolio. This is my first website on, you know, WordPress. This is what I'm building. This is an example to show clients later on. Hopefully, you know, after you use it a little bit more and Ross helps us out. But by and large, this is a proof that you've been present, and you have to be present to win. So Ross, if you want to go ahead and chit chat a little bit more.
I was gonna go over a quick little navigation tip for you guys. So the way this WordPress is set up, we have our navigation bar on top. So if you go to your front page of the WordPress, you know, the page that every WordPress came with, this page, in the navigation bar, if you guys are following the live stream, you can actually see all the pages that you have created and saved if you save those pages. So I know Jeff earlier mentioned, how does he get back to the builder? Well, let's go to the pages that Ross made. I think it's this one, number 35, no title. Innovators Farm. And you guys can see, you can navigate to your website. You can navigate through the pages. You can see what each page is. If you can find the link to your website, it's much easier to navigate it from the front end because we're all used to having a little navigation bar. Now, once you're in here, you can actually edit this straight in here. There's a button on top called Enable Visual Builder. It's a purple button at the very top of your screen. And once you click Enable Visual Builder, that's going to open your Divi editor for you. Oh, also, if you are speaking, Sarah, I think this device is glitched. Do you hear us?
I am not speaking, love. You are hearing something weird in your ear.
I can hear Alistair. And I can hear
Alistair, all the things are not real. So you can see like 20 hands, and it's not real.
Okay, good to know. Good to know it's just as broken on the Android as it is on the web. But yeah, guys, that's just a quick tip. Pretty much any page you go to, so I'm gonna exit the Visual Builder. Any page you go to, number one, any page you create is actually added to your navigation bar automatically, because we haven't messed with the navigation bar yet. We haven't got that far. So for now, they're automatically added in. And once you go to that page, you can immediately start editing the page by clicking Enable Visual Builder at the top. And now, once you make your changes, very important to remember, you want to go to the bottom where we have our three dots, our little toolkit, our little tool section at the bottom, and you want to save in the bottom right, the green button. Those are probably the most important takeaways from the last 30 minutes, is being able to navigate all of this. So hypothetically, you don't even need to go to your dashboard. You can just go to your page and edit it. And if you want to add a new page, there's also a button at the very top that says plus new, and one of the options is page. So you don't need to be in the WordPress dashboard as much. What Divi allows you to do is make a lot of changes from the front end, from where you can actually test out your website and play around with it. And as soon as you click Exit Visual Builder, after you save, of course, you'll be able to see what your website looks like live and share this link that you get for it. Does that help everybody? Because I know there's some confusion about the links. This is an easier way for you to access your links, is you can actually see them from the front page.
You definitely have to master what we're doing. You have to understand that this is the like how it all is gonna happen. So like if you can't do this, how are you gonna do like 10 pages, for example? Or how are you going to tell like a client who's like, I'm gonna give you 10 grand, I need 28 pages, and I need it in a week and a half. And then you're gonna say, okay, add 10 grand to that and you got a deal. How are you gonna do that? You have to master this. So to show that you've mastered this, you have to show us your link in any form. It could be horrifying. Show it. It could say, hi, I did it. Show it. It doesn't even matter. But what it proves is that you understood the assignment. So please take this time. I'll give you guys like 10 minutes. Get those links posted, please. And if you need help, ask for it because we're about to do another page.
Jeff Love, you have your hand up. Are you still stuck?
No, actually, the last bit of instructions, I just finally realized that by doing what he suggested, and then I hit that little link in the toolbar up there. For me, it's number 32, no title. So the homepage is default. See, I'm thinking that I'm creating my homepage, and I wasn't. All right, but it's not even showing up in my pages list, which is a little confusing.
Jeff, my homepage is also the same thing that you're seeing. It's like a purple Divi, front page. I couldn't figure that out at first because we're adding pages afterwards. It was very confusing for me also. But we're going to work backwards, I think, when it figures it out. I'm going to ask more and show screenshots in the Slack channel after class, to kind of suss that one out, because I'm afraid to erase anything in that section because I don't know where they're linked, because there's so many untitled pages. But I think you and I are in the same boat. I tried out too many templates because I really was unhappy with the one that I had chosen last week. So I think that I caused that problem. It was a me problem, as Ross says. I'm raising my mug that is going to say it is a me problem, and I'm totally owning that one. I know that our friend Visual Life, he has a question in the bubble, and he's asking if he can get a discount on Divi, and that's not what we're here for. You signed up for a class, you have your backpack of tools. Anybody who's going outside of the perimeter.
Who's asking you for a Divi discount? Who?
Visual Life down in the chat
Okay,
bubble. He's no
but here's
longer
the thing,
in.
guys. I have a question. What could you possibly pay them for that you already don't have? Do you have
I
the
know.
$300 version? Is what you have right now. Everyone has the $300 version of Divi, which
Well,
is a
he's not.
lifetime membership.
He's not in the room at this
That's fine.
particular
He'll
moment. But
listen to it and he will hear it. So
exactly.
you don't need to buy anything at all. The only thing you would need is AI. And if you pay Divi AI, it's really expensive. I would just grab AI Tutor, even if it's for like 4 months. Just grab Plus. It's very, very helpful. It's what I use tonight. And Pixio is used for all of the graphics tonight. So
When I
if
want,
you do want to buy anything, I would get tools that can help you, not things you already get. And this is for the recording, Sarah. We had 3 people already buy cPanel. Let's not have a 4th. cPanel's $28 a month. You don't need to pay this.
I think what people are not understanding, and this might be a communication error on my point, when you signed up for this class, that digital backpack that I keep telling you about has everything in it that you need. If you go off the beaten path and they ask you for a credit card, you are in the wrong place, because the umbrella of TSI. And the reason why I brought this question up is not to irritate Ross, although sometimes it's like, you just want to pound your forehead on the keyboard. We understand that many of us, I'm included, we own our own domain names. I have over 900 domain names, right? I have a lot in terms of
Holy crap,
I
Sarah. I thought I had a
no,
lot, and
I
I was
have
like
I
70.
have
We need an
quite a few.
intervention on this.
No, no, no,
Yes, I
no,
think
because
so.
every time you create a project for a client, you buy the domain name because you are from tip to toe, right? There's lots of different reasons, but you have your own assets. We know that you're coming to the table with your own assets. We know that some of you already have an existing website and you may not want any of this, but you just want these trinkets and trash that we have in our digital backpack. What you have to understand is that if you want to buy those a la carte things, fine, go ahead. But that's not why you're here this evening. And so if you do have a domain name that you can bring under the fold, or if you can, use the bits and pieces like Dave Meyer is going to use, great. But that question is kind of a hard one because we have obviously, or at least me, I've made a communication error that you should not be buying anything else outside of the class. Now, I will say there is an exception and only one, and that would be either Pixio or My AI Tutor, because they are going to enhance your journey. And those are tools, once you invest in, they are the missing link to all of this. But can you create this website? Can you create this class without having any extra tools? Absolutely, you can. There's all sorts of things that you can use that are free to add to your experience, but you have to understand the things that are in your digital backpack, they go in the digital backpack. You can't just take them out and use them separately. You might be able to after the class, but for right now, not, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
And it's really important that before you buy something, if it's not AI Tutor or Pixio, if you want to buy it, let us know, because there are some caveats. Like, we can hook you up with $200 at DigitalOcean at the end of the course, which is what we're going to do, where you guys can then build your own server and take almost like an imprint of your website. And we're going to give you all the tools to do that. But I wouldn't go and buy like themes, because you don't even understand how to change images and you're out here buying a theme. Just remember, walk before you run. Make pages before you can make custom pages. And I will nominate Dave Muir for just like 2 minutes if he can give you a little bit of, like, I don't know, advice, like how important following directions is now for what it could be in your future when using WordPress.
I just want to add one more thing before Dave starts talking. When you have questions, you're asking TSI, you're asking in Slack. You are not going to cPanel people. You're not going to Divi people. You're not, adding them or tagging them in the digital overlay, whether it's on any of the channels that you are in, because this is all in one contained unit. You have to go and talk to TSI. TSI is the conduit. We're playing within the TSI playground. And you know what? Divi and cPanel and all of these little, things out in the ether, they don't even know you exist because they're not you're not in their playground. You're in TSI's playground. So be cognizant of that too. That I know that some of you, if you don't get an answer tonight, you're going to reach out and they're going to say, we don't know you. We don't have a credit card on file for you. We do not have an account for you. We don't know who you are. That's because you are playing within the TSI playground with tools that have been gifted to you inside their arena. So just to give that a little caveat also. So Dave, go ahead and explain to folks why we're not going to like tap dance on our keyboards and go astray at this point in our journey.
Yeah, look, this happens quite often that we want round one to be perfect instead of what we're learning is functionality, how to do this again and again and again. And while we're going through this, I'm designing what's called a brand persona for a client. It's like 20-page document, probably has like 25 images in it. But as I'm laying out the page and I'm putting all of the stuff in, I'm just using the same image again and again and again. I don't really care about the image now. I'm just figuring out how it looks. And even when you're putting stuff in, you're learning the functionality of putting an image in right now. It doesn't have to be the best image, the most perfect. That I would recommend that you don't spend an exorbitant amount of time getting the ideal perfect image right now when then you run into trouble after this space and you don't know how to put a second image in or a third image in. That's the ideal right now, is just put in any image, put in any text right now. And then you have Ross and all of the team here to say, I can't put an image in. Ross is not going to say, let me have a look at that image. I don't like that image that you're having difficulty trying to put in, or I don't like the words you put into the page. He's just going to say, what's broke? I don't care what image it is. How do we fix getting the image back in? And I think the look and the feel of the website, that's the polish phase. And I spoke about this before on ITT. I talked about Tanran and Toji, which is Tanran's phase of hammering, just getting a basic shape, a semblance, some images, some text. Now I know how to do that. I can do that 100 times now. After this space, I can go back and I can then do what's called Tanran, which is sharpening the blade. I can go back and get a better image because I know how to upload images because I've done it 5 times. I can put in better text. I can create 100 new pages because now I know how to create pages and I've done it 2 or 3 times. So I think less perfect first time around and more you're stretching your legs. You're not an Olympic sprinter today. You're just learning how to, run essentially. Don't worry about the expertise of it. There's a saying that runners have, which is laces before latitude. And it is get the fundamental basics right and then you can tweak and then you can get all the fancy gadgets and all of the other stuff. The capabilities of WordPress are endless, but when I build anything, when I'm learning something, it's from an arbitrary point of view that I'm doing something. I'm using Next.js at the moment and playing around with some apps and all that sort of fun stuff, but it's just arbitrary. I'm not trying to build the best web app that I'm going to sell tomorrow. I'm just figuring out fundamental blocks. How do I create a page in that app? How do I add an image? I don't care what the image looks like right now because when I go to build the actual app, I know how to create an image. That's the fundamental skill I'm learning. And that's what you're learning today is how to create a page, how to add some content, how to add some images. Just get those few pieces, those basics in, and you can rinse and repeat and you can sharpen the blade afterwards.
The muscle memory part of it is also, I mean, I can't say that enough. Every time you go through the process, you are relaying the neurological pathways. You're reminding yourself, this is the way that I have to go in order to get from X to Z. You're kind of plotting as you go. And it's no different than what Dave had just mentioned. Yeah, you have to learn to lace your shoes. You have to learn where the track is first before you can even, sometimes you have to walk the track. Or if you are a hurdle jumper, you know, you're not jumping over the hurdles right away. You're basically kind of one at a time, just kind of leaping
Yeah.
over. And it's not a full
You're learning how to stick Lego blocks together. You're not
exactly
learning
is
how
what
to
you're
build
doing. Yeah.
you're not learning how to build the Millennium Falcon on day one. You're learning the fundamental concepts that 4 bricks connect to 4 bricks and then create something else. And the possibilities of Lego are endless. But the concept of Lego is really, really simple. Let's just attach a few bricks. And if you have a problem with attaching 2 bricks, like putting an image into a page, that's where you have the Lego master right now. And you say, Ross, I have a question. That's the really easy. You have a few blocks in here. You have pages, you have images, you have text. They are the fundamental blocks of every single website. Get those right. Don't worry about the look and feel. You can rinse and repeat all of that stuff and get diamond encrusted Lego blocks tomorrow. But also, I would recommend tomorrow, if you're scratching your head, even after the recap, you're still scratching your head. That's what AI is there for as well. WordPress is used by 48% of the internet. It's like 500 million websites. AI will have a lot of knowledge on how do I do A, B, and C. 3 weeks ago, I'm doing WordPress like I don't know 10 years. 3 weeks ago, I used AI Tutor, and it built me an amazing script in WordPress. I have no idea how to build that script, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew AI had the knowledge to guide me step by step. But I did not say, I want this amazing script that's going to do A, B, and C. I said, let's do one piece and let's check that works. And it didn't work. I said, let's keep doing that till we fix that. And I got the fundamental 2 pieces of Lego blocks to work. And then I could build upon that and build upon that. So it's a systemized approach to get the basics, because you'll intimidate yourself. You'll feel like you don't know what you're doing, but really what you're doing is you're mentally overwhelming yourself by adding too many components and trying to sing, dance, play the harmonica all at the same time. Instead of, let's just do a 2-step shuffle for now.
And one other, little asterisk. I'm using that word a lot lately because I think they're cool. But you're going to go to bed tonight and you're actually going to start thinking about the site. It's going to infiltrate your dreams. You're going to think of maybe different kinds of imagery that you want to plop and drag in there, and you're going to kind of think on it. You don't have to finish it all tonight. If you take a look at the link that I put down below, it took everything in me to find the template that I thought was cool. And sometimes that might be the only thing that you can do this evening, or maybe change a title without erasing the box, or whatever your win for this evening is going to be. But ultimately, the first step tonight is figuring out how to save the changes of that template and posting that link for your class. That's your win tonight. That's all you have to show.
Getting over the fear of
Yes.
the red button.
Exactly.
It's not going to break.
This isn't the
there's
garden.
more fear if you bought the new team and you've picked 17 beautiful images and you've wrote some copy. There's more fear of what you can lose, instead of, I don't actually care about the title right now. Any new technology, you will see it starts with "Hello World." It's just some arbitrary text that they add in because the developer is just checking that it works. They're not saying let's write something amazing like Hemingway, because they don't want to invest that time if it's broken. I'm trying to fix the fundamentals. So don't add more pressure on pressing that red button in the first place to say publish or to say delete or to share the link. It's like, don't make it something that, you will be stressed about losing. It's just a bit of text, just a few images. It's okay. We can fix that. We can do it again tomorrow, and we can create a new page if we've broke it. Don't have that kind of extra sunk cost and investment for your own psyche.
Well, and Dave brings up a really good point. Okay, so a lot of us here, I will raise my hand first. I'm an absolute perfectionist, and I demand perfection in my studio. My joints have to line up. My weld bead has to be meticulous. My handwriting is even scary when it comes to how meticulous it is. Most people look at it and go, "I can't believe that's your handwriting." Same. There are some things in life that you just have to, you demand perfection or whatever it is that you do. And that's an ego, right? When you are creating something in an open space like this, you're in a class, right? It's very difficult. I'll speak for myself as an artist, as a person who teaches art. It's very difficult because I can never take a class. Why? Because people are looking over your shoulder and you're thinking to yourself, they're going to judge me as an artist. They're going to look at my scrapbooks or my sketchbooks and they're not perfected. And therefore, I'm not worthy of being their teacher, or, fill in the blank, whatever imposter syndrome you have, right? This is not the moment to get bent out of shape about publishing something and having it adhere to your public currency, as they say, right? Or your public reputation. The fact of the matter is that you're publishing something as proof that you are expanding your own education, that you are investing in continuing education, and that you are practicing a skill in public. And so I'm telling you, so flipping what? If it looks terrible, so be it. This is the
It's your
macaron.
first car.
Exactly.
It's your first
It's the
car.
duct
Don't
tape
build a
mobile.
Ferrari when you can't drive.
It's
Can
the
you
duct tape
imagine when
mobile.
you scrape that Ferrari on day
That's right.
one and you're like, oh my God,
right.
it's like, just get a really bad car online because we're okay putting some dings in it.
My very first
And the
car
difference
was a
is,
convertible LeBaron, and I called it La Duke Top Hay because the entire convertible top was duct tape. So that's what we're
my
putting up
first
tonight.
car was red with a green door because somebody had tried to break into the car and I got the door replaced. And you know what? I didn't care. And I didn't care where I parked the car, what I done, but I learned how to drive. And my next car was nicer, and the next car was nicer than that because I was not going to ding that car. But it's like just make it really, really basic. Make it messy. Because all of that stuff, if you don't have those fundamentals, that's perfectly fine. But like, I think sometimes we can have these aspirations of grandeur, and that's okay as ambitious people. But I think it's swim in the lane that we're meant to be in right now. Like it's okay. Have some armbands on and just make a mess. That's what it's meant to be. I much prefer to make a mess because I actually, in the end, know the fundamental components and have much more control over it because I was breaking it again, or I was deleting a page, or I was adding another page. And I think, what you said, Sarah, about that kind of putting into reps. Well, reps build reputation, not just externally that we all worry about. They build internal credibility to say, you know, I've made 15 pages now and I've added 25 different images and I've changed it from a big heading to a small heading and I've added a YouTube video in. I kind of start to feel like I know what I'm doing now. But that can be a little bit overwhelming if you try to add the YouTube video in on hour one.
Well, and I think too, um, your reputation's everything. And if folks understand, you know, on my wall in my studio, um, my in the biggest pride of place is my white belt. That's the very first belt that I ever earned as a karate student. As when I was working side by side with a bunch of kids, I was the only adult in the room. My children were taking the class, and I was there as the big, beached panda is what I would call myself. Compared to these kids, I was mammoth, and that white belt was such a pride of place because as you go through the colors, and they're all of my belts, and for those that are in martial arts, there are some belts that take years, and you have these little pieces of tape as you go up before you can, exchange belts. And it's the same thing here. You're working or in public, but you're also proving your proficiencies, and it's very difficult, when you think about sometimes we tell people in business, especially, a customer comes to you and says, I want this. And the first thing we tell them is say yes, and then we'll figure out how to build it in the background. And you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants. Yeah, some people can pull that off, there's no question. But let's say you're building a website for other people. You really do want to understand what you're doing a little bit. You want to make sure that you're not going to frack it up or, have a liability. There's lots of little bits and pieces. But if you have a track record, if you are keeping your portfolio, right? All of my children have a portfolio. It shows all of their work from, kindergarten all the way through, their 12th grade. And when they went to the colleges and they said, well, we need proof that you have the skills that you say you do, they just simply open it up. And that's what you're doing now, is you're opening it up. And there are some people that are going to be wickedly talented right out of the box because they have a fluidity. They know how to play with all this stuff. This is their ecosystem. Exactly. They're just going to run with it. You're not competing against them. You're competing against the person you were the last class. That's it. That's the only person that you're
And I
competing
think
against.
during the class is extremely, like in between each class, that's the important part is like now break stuff and ask Ross and fix it. But you have to go away and practice. And I remember an employee of mine came to me 4 years out of college, done web design, and I looked at what he'd done, and he wasn't ready to be employed by me. And I gave him some advice on how to tweak some stuff. And I said to him, "You're not ready to be employed by me, but go and find a local sports club or a charity or something like that who don't need or can't even afford me. Go and help somebody out, and they'll kind of be okay with you experimenting and figuring stuff out. And 2 weeks later, he checked in with me and told me he was starting to help a local sports club. And 4 weeks later, he showed me a really basic website. It was terrible. I didn't actually care. I called him that day and I hired him that day because he had that tenacity to take away the information and the advice that I gave him. And I upskilled him for maybe 4 or 5 months to be at a much higher level. Worked for me for a few years. I upskilled him to a level that then he could go to another company and get an even higher salary. And I'm really glad I've done that. But I've had many people over the years come to me and say, here's what I can do. And I've given them advice and they go away and they don't do anything with the knowledge. It is going to be, you have to have some of that tenacity and mad scientist to go away and start playing around with this on your own. Because if you're dependent on Ross and his team, not just fixing, some of the problems you may encounter, but if you're dependent on them to take you through every single step just in this space, it's going to be really hard for you when all of these spaces end to go away and do it on your own back with your own motivation and your own volition. I would say, like, they're the best questions is what do we need to do before the next class? When I went and studied web design, I had a great teacher and I obliterated him with emails throughout the week before I got to see that specific teacher again. I was the only person in the class that sent him so many messages. Years later, he ended up working for me for months. It was a really, really nice point that I could go full circle from that guy teaching me to me actually employing that guy. But that was only from tenacity and addiction and obsession and all of those crazy things that we have as founders. But I didn't know what I was doing. When I look back 15 years ago and I look at the first website I'd done, it's trash to me now. It was amazing to me then. And the next website I done was even more amazing. And the next one was even more amazing. And I still follow that now. I still challenge myself. I'm working on an amazing project at the moment. And I'm still proud of where I am getting to that. But a year ago, yeah, I'm still good at what I do, but I'm always getting better because I have that drive within. I don't need anybody else to take me by the hand. I might need some help from Ross, or I might need some help from AI or somebody else, but it's help. It's not, they are not carrying me. They are just helping me along. They are walking side by side with me. So I think that's really important to remember is nobody else is going to magically turn you into a web designer or make your website amazing. When this ends, it ends. And you really should take advantage of these 6 weeks and, do some crazy experiments during this week, after today, after what you learn.
The other thing that you said, Dave, that's really important. You own it if you've done it. If you void the warranties, you own it, right? And some of these things, um, it just takes tenacity, grit, and determination, period. No one else can do that for you. And you're going to have to experience, the frustration of just not being able to see the button that's on the page, right? But it also encourages you as an individual to lean into the tools that you do have at your fingertips. And so, if you're looking at the screen right now, I am in awe actually every single time. It feels like magic to me, and I know that I've been playing with AI for 2 decades. It's been around for a long time behind the scenes. It's just never been like this. This is not anything that I ever imagined. Even playing with those tools, and seeing the evolution. I mean, when you see certain tools in their very infancy stages, like Oculus or something like that, I remember seeing Oculus on a card table, and you start thinking about it. This is pure magic to me. If you're watching your screen right now, you are watching one of the boys. I don't know which one, Nick Alisher or Ross. You can see how they're using their AI cohort. And this is really important for each and every one of us to pay attention to. Dave did bring up that he's like, I have made these websites for my entire career, or not entire career, but at least the last decade. And understanding the leverage that AI can give you in enhancing it makes you a superhuman, because obviously Dave knows the ins and outs of everything about web design and WordPress specifically. But even he, when you're asking your AI cohort to unearth different ways of doing things to make you more efficient, you have to have a certain level of expertise to begin with to know how to ask those questions, but also discern whether the information you're getting is correct or not.
AI is a sharper chisel for the good
That's
sculptor.
exactly very perfect. Perfectly and well said, Dave. I'm going to write that down and steal it from you because it's beautiful. It is. That's
Oh,
exactly what it
sorry,
is.
did I say TM?
It's just
Or maybe DM, it's a Dave mark.
it's a Dave mark. I'm gonna keep it. Actually, I keep a lot of Dave. I have a lot of Dave quotes, and actually, if this is kind of a sidetrack, but if you get a chance to listen back on Saturday's talk in Josh Hellman's space on Saturday, he had a guest. Larry was on there, and oh my gosh, what a genius! He is one of the most incredible business people you'll ever meet. And to have him as a guest speaker, it was a master class. And I've listened to it now 3 times. And I, you know, I received the best education you could possibly receive from Morgan Stanley. And I was thinking back and I was hanging on his every word. It's the same. Dave does the same for me. Many of his quotes, but that's absolutely true. This is a sharper chisel. You know, people think that Leonardo da Vinci, he created all these masterpieces. Yes, he did, but he also had access to a Lucida camera because his patrons gave him a lump of glass that was polished that his other folks in his ecosystem didn't have. He had the mechanical advantage to be able to lay out those traces and lay out things that other folks couldn't. Was he cheating? No. He understood anatomy so well. He understood proportions so well that he could use that glass to magnify what it was that he needed to create the works of art that he did. Most people don't talk about that. They think, the artist right now, if you're an AI artist on X, you just get raked across the coals because they think that that's doing all the work for you. No, it's not. It's augmenting your experience. And you, as the expert or the person that's in command of that information, you are making conscious decisions what to keep and what to.
Something else
Sure, go ahead.
So I really appreciate the kind words, but like I'm an accumulation of all of the questions and curiosities I've had over the
Well,
years
aren't
from a
we
lot of
all,
other
my friend?
yeah, but what I've noticed is I've paid a lot of money for a lot of education over the years, and when I join something, I notice not a lot of people ask questions. And I'm like, I've paid a lot of money. I won't be back here again, probably. I probably won't be paying all this money again. I'm front of the line. I'm asking more questions. If you even when there are spaces on, I'm DMing Ross saying, how would I do this? How would I do that? I'm DMing Brad. How do I do this? How do I figure out this? I surround myself with people who know more than I do about subjects that can help me. And I'm not here to be an expert. Like, I'm here to also learn. And I think that's really important. If you see somebody else that knows something that's really smart, put your hand up, request a mic. This has never happened before. You would have to pay thousands of dollars for this. I've paid thousands of dollars for these similar experiences. And if I did not know anything about web design now, Ross would probably have 150 DMs today alone. And I would probably dominate this stage asking him questions nonstop and picking his brain. And tomorrow I would be obsessed and I would be doing more on it. And he would probably get another 50 DMs. And I would probably have 25 questions for him before next week's space.
I'm watching the live stream and it looks great, Ross, or that was her, Nick, whichever one of you is putting the
I know,
bot on
isn't it
the.
freaking magic? It's magic. Pure
It's so
magic.
cool. So cool.
But once again, it's someone who has the command of the tools. And for those that were hopefully paying attention and watching from the cheap seats. That text bar off to the right is the AI cohort, right? And that is showing you exactly how his workflow and work process is working behind the scenes. That, the zhuzhing of this website, hopefully the fact that we don't have a ton of people on stage asking questions is my greatest hope, that you're actually working on your websites, that you are editing, that you are finding and hunting and gathering those images, that you are, perfecting your skills and honing your craft, because this is the time that you would do that. But I second what Dave said. Never waste an opportunity to ask a question from someone that's smarter than you, and sit in the cheap seats and just take notes and soak it in. Um, Many times during these sessions, we're facilitators, right? But I will tell you, I will work throughout the night to make sure I understand the material, but then we all come back on Thursday morning. That is the postmortem. So if you've missed something, or if something didn't jive, then you come to the table and you say, look, this is a quick and down and dirty distilled version of what happened. Everything that happened tonight is condensed down to an hour or two at the most, and all of your questions are asked and answered in real time right then and there. But it's not any of this dragged out stuff. I can't find my password. I don't know what page I'm on. All of the things that we all have to talk through, because they're happening to all of us. Hopefully, you've gone back to the table and you said, okay, how do I, change if I need to change the theme, or how do I, fix this, or how am I, manipulating the Lego block that Dave had said, asking every single question, writing them down in your notebook. You should have a project notebook or an engineering notebook that is very specific to this class. Why? Because it matters. That is your transcript. That is the journey that you're taking. And it started this evening when you posted your website and said, yep, I met that first marker, that first mile marker. I met it. Now you have to go on and finish the rest of it. Dave, you have a lot to say, and I want to make sure to get to you. And for those that are
You
not,
have me very energized.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think as well, sometimes it will be, it's not always Ross or somebody else's responsibility to solve a problem as well. Sometimes you may solve a problem, or sometimes you may have a problem that you can suggest solutions to Ross. The last web app stuff, I I started taking notes in Notion and credits step by step for me, so I can have a reference point. And then I shared that with Sarah and other people as well. But I thought in my head, yeah, wouldn't it be great if I had a step by step? And then Alistair the next week created a step by step in Notion. But I wasn't waiting, I wasn't expecting it. I did suggest it because I made it. I said, maybe you can run with this. And I think that's kind of important, is you don't know what's going to transpire out of that. Like I have a newsletter called Scale with AI. And I thought like a week ago, wouldn't it be great if I had a place to store all of my prompts? I have so many prompts, 150 prompts. I just scratched my own itch and solved it. And now it's a product on my newsletter page. I just made what I called a prompt pocketbook. And I literally had somebody 2 days ago say that was worth the entire subscription that I pay for the year, Dave. I never thought of having such a simple product, but I was scratching my own itch and I'd seen a problem there. So sometimes it can be not just this is not working. I don't understand this. Maybe it's like, what would be helpful for me would be A, B, or C. And, I think Ross and the entire team are very receptive to feedback. That's quite often why I'm breaking out AI Tutor. I don't come back to Ross and say, AI Tutor is broke, fix it. I come back and say, this is what happened. Or maybe this is what I think could fix it as well, if I have the insight for that as well. Because I think it's important that, givers like Ross, like Sarah, like everybody on the team, including Josh, Matea, Cash Money, they have to get as well. You have to give something back to them. So if you have the ability to do that as well, I think, like return the favor that they're doing.
I have two words: black cursor. That was instant fix. That's how receptive the boys are to random requests from the peanut gallery. I will tell you on
But you
many
see, it was a
occasions.
suggestion as well. Can you change the color? It wasn't a I can't see your cursor, please fix this. It was, can you change it?
It was this old lady is really tired. Please fix it, Ross. No, I see that Douglas has his hand up. Douglas, how are you this evening? I haven't heard from you, but I'd heard from your brother earlier, and I was so wicked proud that he was on our stage talking to us. So I just wanted to tell you, yep, we made a new friend. We've absorbed him into the tribe. So how are you today?
That is, I am doing great, and it warms my heart to hear that. Thank you so much for being so accepting and bringing him in. I do appreciate that. I was just thinking about a couple of things Dave was talking, and I think one of the most important things that I wanna put out there is the whole idea of not waiting until someone gives you the solution, and try to find the solution, because when you finally do, like if you could go to Ross and say, I tried X, Y, and Z, I think Dave said this, but here's the thing from a neuroscience perspective. The more you try, the more you try to solve the problem, if even if you don't solve the problem and someone helps you, you're going to remember the solution a lot better the more you banged your head into that wall. And so I just wanted to put that out there as one of the things. And then Dave, you made me go back into the Wayback Machine and go find a website, my first website that I ever got paid for to
Wait,
develop
guys,
20 years ago.
emojis if you want him to post it right now in the Jumbotron so you can see Gen 1 of Douglas. It's quite magnificent. You should all see it. Convince him to do it. Convince him.
I used Photoshop to make some of these graphics. It was back in the day where I loved 3D. And the one thing you don't get from this is that I actually had, it was all table based. I know, don't hate me, but it was all table based. And
Wait,
I
are you
actually
sharing
had,
it, Douglas? Are you going to show the people?
yeah, I'll put it.
Okay,
I'll
good.
put it into the.
All
into
right,
the
you
deal.
got to give them a visual, guys. This
All
is
right,
cool.
let's put it in there.
Put it
Let's
in there.
put it in there.
But do it.
All right,
I'm gonna try
I have
and
just
find mine
replied
as
with
well
it.
while you do that.
If you want me to
Yeah,
put it
I
up
want to
in the
see
thing,
yours too, Dave. Yeah, we have to have
you want
that
me
all
to
up there.
put it up in the bubble, or do you want someone else to do it?
Douglas, feel free to do that. Feel free to put it up top. No problem.
I think that did it. I've never done that before. So if this works, then it's something I've never done before. And it did. So if you click on that, you will see what my first website looked like. If it's on the internet, it never goes away. That's all I could say. You know,
I remember when websites look like that.
yeah, and I will tell you that I used Photoshop. I multi-layered like 3D effects, the shadows all over the place. I even did the thing where I made it, I beveled it and
Right?
had it come out. I was so proud of this website when I did it. And y'all know that it had one feature that I didn't see in a lot of other websites. It used to have, before, I don't think the Wayback Machine could capture it, but it had a gold border around it that resized. I used the 1 pixel trick and actually had this resize. You could make it any size on the screen, and it had this gold border that would, in all the different sections that would resize with it. And but yeah, it's mostly there still, which is amazing that it's even there as much as it is. So
I love that little mouse,
yeah,
the clip, the computer mouse that with the it looks like a car.
yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. I mean, this is
I
like 20
remember
years
that
ago.
stuff.
So I mean, so much different now.
Right? Well,
I'm
but
still
still,
trying to
I
find mine. It's
know.
broke. 2009. I've found as
Oh
far back as,
shit.
but it's broke.
Yeah.
What about the next one, Dave? Come on.
I'm going through them. I'm on 2010 now.
Okay.
Guys, also, I think maybe Alisher might share his first website. We'll see if he feels like happy. You guys should show
Oh, come
emoji
on,
if you want to see
Alisher. We
Alisher's.
gotta.
But
Oh my god, I have one. I have one from
do you have
2011.
one? So
Yeah.
here's the thing, guys. If you look at the stream while everyone was chatting right now, giving you a chance to catch up and understand what's going on, I have took the steps that we're going to take next week, which is integrating AI Tutor Premium and Botcraft Pro into our website here. And guess what? You can actually click the link live that I posted before in the nest, and you can actually chat with the AI tutor bot live on WordPress right now. So
Okay, that's cool.
I don't know how to find it. I have to go back in time. We're gonna see on the Nest, but I think I can find it. Yeah. Alistair test. I'm gonna share it again. If you guys go there right now on your phone, you're gonna notice there's a bot. And it says, "What's up, X Spaces?" And you can talk about AI Tutor. And you can say how amazing it is, or ask how much it costs, or ask about AI Tutor. And if it doesn't know much, well, I trained it for like 33 seconds. So that's 33 seconds of work in AI Tutor Premium plus your WordPress website. And as you can see, AI is fully integrated onto my website as a customer support bot, answering all my users' questions and recording every single question and answer and comment live in BotCraft where I can see and monitor. This is a direct integration from AI Tutor Premium to WordPress. And there was no plugins needed, nothing. AI Tutor handles everything. The creation, the deployment, the embedding, every part of you building an app on a website. We handle all the hard, heavy lifting, and what you get is a nice, easy code that you pop on WordPress and it's live. It's so live that you can use it right now. So because, you know, I have AI Tutor Premium, I have my keys set, enjoy. You're actually chatting with a real bot made by AI Tutor Premium, end to end. There's no other integration,
Staying on-
nothing.
I love it, Ross. Staying on brand though, can we give AI Tutor the website, the produce website, the Innovator Produce website, and have it learn it real quick?
Yeah,
and
I
make the
didn't
bot
do that.
actually-
You're right. I could have done that, but you know what? I didn't get a chance to. We had like 30 seconds.
You're okay.
So
You're
I
okay.
just made, but I could retrain the bot and I could make it for about this produce website. But
And you can do it just using the website though, right? Like as like
yeah. I mean, I won't show inside AI Tutor Premium because there's some stuff there that should not be live streamed when I'm in BotCraft. But basically, yeah, I trained it on our website, which is WordPress. So this would just be an equivalent. But yeah, right now all it does is talk to you about AI Tutor. But I could change that, right? Like anyone could change that. But I chose to do
No,
that
you're okay.
because I already had the bot built. So I was like, oh, we'll just use it. So I'll integrate it. It honestly took me about 1 minute to integrate into WordPress. We're gonna learn about that next week, but it's not hard. And also simultaneously, I made a new page. I actually embedded the bot. So if you're looking at live stream, the bot's now on the page, not just a little chat bot on the right. And I also built a whole new page ready for next week. So I gotta like make all this text with AI Tutor. I gotta make a bunch of new images. You already know I need new stuff. Everything gotta be new. But I got a bot on our about page, which is pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Like imagine an about page that has a bot instead of a stupid paragraph. How fun. That's so fun.
Well, if you want to use my website too as a reference, you're more than welcome
Well,
to
you
because I
should
put
pin
mine
it
up
to the
there and you
top.
can
Yeah,
see
pin
my
it to the
bot.
top. Show people what's possible. That's what we're all about, you know?
Sure.
And I hope you guys enjoy this. You know, we don't have a playbook. We're just doing what we would do in a classroom of 30, in a classroom of hundreds. But I feel like you guys are able to keep up because you have the tools. And if you have a problem, there's support. For this free product that you're in, I know, crazy, there's support in Slack. It's free. You should honestly use it. And for again, all the DMs that are saying where's AI Tutor and Pixio and cPanel, they're not there. AI Tutor and Pixio are not part of cPanel. You can purchase those tools and you could use them. But I mean, it's not included in your hosting. That would be amazing, but life is not that great right now. I wish. But right now we need GPUs and all these crazy things to make this work. So you can feel free to purchase it. You can get it and then you can use it. But you can use any tool you want, or you can spend time and write all the copy and you can get images on the web. You don't need to generate them. It just makes it easier. Because if you could spend 15 minutes and do the same thing versus 4 hours, I would choose the 15 minutes personally.
All right, folks, I think we are less than 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock. So getting close to the end of week number 2. But I wanted to, open up the floor and be sure that anybody who hasn't gotten the mic, who might have a question about where we are right now and where we're headed next week, feel free to come up and grab that mic. Sarah, you had pointed out that we had Larry Goldberg here last week on the ITT. And we were talking about, the quality of our questions determines the quality of our results. And there were some questions that I gave to Larry that I was just absolutely blown away by his answer. I listened to that 3 times as well. And I encourage folks to go back and listen to that middle, 2 hours of the ITT. We had Larry on in, and it was absolutely amazing. And I think it was a little bit ago. Sarah, what was the name of the statue carver or sorry, manipulator that you said found a new tool? I briefly caught that. Would you tell me that one more time?
Well, Dave, this is a DM quote that it's just a sharper chisel that we're using when we use AI. And I think that is such a brilliant way of putting it, is that, there are basic tools that folks have, but then you understand. And I will tell you, I am a snob when it comes to tools, especially in the workshop. And I take meticulous care of my tools, and having one that is better. For instance, if you have Japanese saws to do those Japanese joinery type scenarios, it's like butter because they are so incredibly well crafted. Will you be able to use a regular saw? Yeah, sure, but it's not going to be the same because you have upgraded your toolbox. And I think that is such a powerful metaphor for the whole entire class. I mean, I'm going to hang on that one, but also to give folks an inkling about Larry Goldberg. The very next day, he was in Tesla's space as one of the coveted speakers. And the room had, I think, close to 6,000 people in it. So, to be able to have those kinds of experts in the Innovators Think Tank is really important. And to be able to have his ear and ask questions and understand not just his book, but his whole life experience. And, he's in the room with all of these titans of industry the very next day. And I thought to myself, I am the most luckiest freaking person in the planet because, here we were in this conversation and hearing how this person's mind works was just such a gift, especially someone in his later 70s, I think it is. To have that wisdom and capture it is really important. And even for today, I mean, you're sitting at the feet and learning at the hemlines of people who are incredibly gifted. There are some crazy, wickedly talented people to the left and the right of you who are volunteering their time, and they are generous in transferring their tools and transferring their wisdom to you. And I just think it's such a powerful moment in history because it used to be the barriers to entry were so high. My children obviously were hack schooled, right? So their mentors were at MIT and Harvard. And my 5-year-old daughter, 6-year-old daughter, learning how to sew with conductive thread, she was talking to her mentors on Twitter, right? Back in the day, it was Twitter. And she didn't have to go to MIT. She didn't have to go to Harvard in order to have access to these minds. You didn't have to go to business school or be a titan of industry to hear Larry speak just last week. You don't have to be, having all of the credentials to have a gatekeeper check them at the door before you're sitting in the seat right here and getting, not only $600 worth of stuff in your digital backpack, but also thousands of dollars worth of instruction for free. And that is the key, is that it's your own initiative that parks your butt in the chair and gives you the discipline to learn the new skill. And I'll tell you, some of these classes might be easier than others. The last class could have been horrible. There were nights in the SAS class, I will not lie, there were tears, not just for me, from many people. And you sat there and you're like, I will not be bested by this. This is not going to win. I am going to sit in this chair and I'm going to learn it. And I did. I spent a good 3 days straight to make sure I could get that stupid confetti. And you know what? I loved it. That moment was a crowning achievement because like Dave said and other people, you will remember that process because I went over that thing thousands of times in my head and I could not figure out where it was going wrong. That one moment stuck and now I'm never going to forget it. You know, whenever there's a hackathon, I now know how to, fork my own stuff. I know how to create my own repo. And you know what? It feels pretty kind of, good, even though I'm never going to use it again or I probably will. But at that particular time, having that skill set was really important. So as you're watching Ross and the boys create this in the background, I hope that you're paying attention and, you know, picking up on their flow. The flow is really important and how they're doing things and what order they're doing things because that's stuff you can't learn in a textbook. You can't learn it sometimes on a YouTube channel. That comes from, being present. And I know it's late for a lot of us, and I know it's a work day tomorrow. We all get it. But I want to commend you for improving your own life and taking the wheel. You are changing your stars, and I think it's a very interesting kind of stoic principle, memento mori. We accept our fate. We do accept our fate. We know the end game, but there is a part of us that says, you know what? I understand my fate, but I also take ownership of the journey. And that's what you're doing is that you are changing your stations in life. You are opting to take a different path. And that path is some that other people won't take. And businessmen and women in general, any entrepreneurial mindset, they are the ones that see opportunity where other people don't. They're unconventional thinkers, doers, dreamers, innovators, and they choose a different path for themselves. And sometimes it's hard. There's not going to lie. How many of your friends are in bed right now? How many people have called it quits for the day and they're perfectly content living a W-2 existence? They're fine with putting their name on the back of the check. But I will tell you, it's awesome to be a 1099 and have your name on the front of the check. There's a different experience and only you can have that. And it takes a lot of dedication to do that. So I'm proud of each and every one of you that have stuck it out tonight because it's important. These skills are important. These tools are important. And the cohorts, these collaborators, they're all with you. And yes, it is the new currency. And my, oh my, are you rich? You are rich, wealthy, wonderful folks. So I'll leave it there.
Sarah, I absolutely love it. And like the whole, can you, for my own sanity, tell me the name of the stone that you were referring to that one guy had that nobody else had, that he had the advantage over? You like, I might have to go to the recording, but what was
Oh,
that?
you're talking about Leonardo da Vinci.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
story time with Sarah. This is an ASAP fable. That's ASAP, okay? Because it's late. Leonardo da Vinci had access to a Lucida camera, Lucida.
Huh.
Now, most people think that it came into existence in the 1400s or so, but that's not true. If you polished any of those kinds of lenses, you could have a reflection. And that's what he did. A Lucida camera is very fascinating. You can actually make one with your own cell phone, right? You can have a mirror image and flash it against a wall, for instance, if you wanted to create a mural. You have the ability to bend light. Well, the problem is that the average painter, they barely had money for the pigments. So when your patrons gave you money for the pigments, you would, decide how you were going to use them. And obviously blue was the most expensive color. It was made from lapis lazuli. So obviously that cost a lot of money. But Leonardo da Vinci managed to score one of these polished lenses. And he was able to copy in really quick succession various books and drawings that he had access
Hello,
to in
how
these
can I assist
libraries.
you today?
You know, people forget that when you came into the port, they took all of your knowledge and made copies of it. Right? That's kind of the dirty little secret about some of these ports and towns and how they acquired intellectual property, right? But if you go to the Vatican, which I have, and you've gotten to see some of his journals, which I have because I'm a master bookbinder, and you understand how these books are made, it's very fascinating to see the work and craftsmanship that goes into it. But having access to that tool gave him the ability to streamline his process. It gave him the mechanical advantage. And so, if you are thinking of a Lucida camera, you're getting a different view of the world. You're getting a way to create in a faster, more efficient way. And that's what Ross and Tech in Schools are offering you. They're giving you the mechanical advantage. They're giving you a first mover advantage. You're having access to things that other people do not. And if you don't take advantage of that, shame on you. Because, we forget sometimes people will say, well, that's greedy. That's greedy because you're capitalizing on something that other people do not. Well, I will push back on that and say, wouldn't it be wonderful for the first time in your life that you had a little bit of extra to give somebody else? Maybe you haven't been able to give to charity because you can barely keep food on the table yourself. But what if your skills and your talents and your tools and your ideas could be leveraged and you could get that profit and that little bit of extra that could help somebody else? And in doing so, pushed innovation further. I would beg to differ, when someone says, well, you're hoarding that, not putting it to good use. So I will leave that discussion for another day, my friends. But I see that Ross and our friend Dallas they're both on stage right now. So we'll take to the hands and then close out, I think, tonight's session.
And I'm going to do a quick,
Ross,
just like
go ahead.
mic interception real quick. Sarah, thank you so much for saying that, because when you had brought it up, I was thinking to myself that AI is kind of like that new stone, the Lucida camera, right? And what we have here is Da Vinci's are people who are getting their hands on that first. Imagine if Da Vinci would have had a class teaching everybody exactly how to use that tool, how to make these stones, and giving them the tool for free. I mean, this type of stuff is, in my mind, priceless. And if we can recognize it in the modern age, when we have these sharper tools and when we have experts around us who are well versed, teachers, creators, that actually these are moments that we got to soak up and we got to really learn more. So, Sarah, thank you so much for like driving that home. I didn't remember the name of the artist or the stone, so it was driving me crazy. But I thank you so much for picking that up. And look, I'll fumble the mic at this point. We'll give it right over to Ross. Actually, let's go to Dallas first, and then Ross, we'll let you give closing notes for week number 2 of building our WordPress site from idea to impact. What a series. Dallas, great to have you inside the tank, sir. Any questions, comments, last notes before we close this off?
Hey, yes. No, just wanted to say thank you very much to everybody, especially Tech in Schools, the whole team. You guys, amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. And so I don't know if I'm probably going to get ahead of the curriculum. I was just curious about adding video and sound, particularly to the website, considering the tech activation that we did. I think it was either last week or on Saturday with the avatar. There's a video that I was able to create with that. It was a small kind of like AI generated stand-up routine that I wanted to put on the site just to have something that plays as someone scrolls through this site. But if I'm getting ahead of where the curriculum is, please just let me know and just hand it over to you. But yeah, thanks again. Great work.
Video is available. I've already got it on my site. Click the very bottom. It's there, and it does do the MP4 also.
Okay, so I was able to upload the shot or the file, but I did not hear any audio from the site when I scrolled by it. That was just kind of my only thing, but I'm a tinkerer, so I'll figure it out. But yeah, so thank you for that. Smoking. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Smoke. You're always there to answer a good question. And Ross, I see you have a hand up. If you have any notes, you guys are writing the curriculum, leading the class, of course, with Sarah right here as well. But Ross, if you want to answer Dallas's question, also closing notes, sir, would be beautiful. You know, we'll give a couple from the team, and then let's head this to an end. We'll get everybody to sleep. Let them have a great couple days till ITT number 55. Ross, we'll give you the mic, sir.
Yeah, so I'll answer his question, and then I'll do closing notes. But Dallas, yes, you can do video for sure. Are you getting ahead of the curriculum? A little bit. But it doesn't matter, because next week we're going to be going over how to integrate all sorts of media into your website. What I showcased tonight on the stream is integrating AI Tutor Premium Botcraft Pro into the website. And before I give closing notes, I need everyone to be quiet for like a quick second. I want to test something. And the only way I could test this is if everyone be quiet. I'm going to test a new feature that we just came out with tonight. It's not live yet, but I figured out a way to integrate custom voices that you train on Magic. So let's say you're in AI Tutor and you make a voice. You could take that voice, train it, and then use it in Botcraft Pro. This is where it gets interesting. So I'm going to test the use of a voice live right now. So if you look at the screen, there has been an upgrade pushed to AI Tutor live just locally for tonight's demo. You can see there's a play button. We've never seen this before. Do you guys see the stream? Everyone look at the stream. You have to go to the stream to actually hear the demo, guys. But don't worry, we're going to be quiet in spaces. And if you go on your computer and go to Innovators Think Tank website, you can see it and hear it live, so you won't have to worry. But just for 2 seconds, can we all just do this? I need to see if this works. You ready? It's gonna
AI
happen
Tutor
in
is a
like now.
personalized
Hold
learning
on.
tool
I'm going to
that
turn on
uses
my sound and mute
artificial
myself. Here we go.
intelligence to provide students with instant 24/7 assistance on various subjects. It adapts to individual learning styles, supports multiple languages, and offers voice-activated learning. AI Tutor also helps organize study schedules and enhances creative thinking and problem-solving skills.
Did you all hear that on the live stream? Can you even imagine a world where on your website that kind of voice communication can occur in real time? That's coming to AI Tutor next week. Today's Wednesday. That means by Monday, this is available for every single person that has AI Tutor Premium. Do you know how powerful this integration is, guys? Imagine a chatbot that talks on your website and all it wants to talk about is you and your product. It doesn't care about anything else. And I really appreciate your quick moment of silence, really quick. But and for closing notes, but before I get to that, actually, Dallas, do you see the kind of integration that's possible already? Imagine
It's
what's
crazy.
possible.
I'm bullish on the future. You know, that's everything
Yeah,
else.
we're gonna go over all kinds of integration. And for closing notes, guys, while you guys were talking and playing around and posting your links, I was hard at work. I was integrating AI Tutor Bot. I made a bot on AI Tutor Premium. It didn't take too long. It took about 10 minutes. I scanned my website and I brought it into Divi. And I did it seamlessly. So seamless that if you go to the website right now, you can talk to it right now. But wait, the unreleased feature is live. Guess what? Refresh your page. Now it talks. And guess what?
So cool.
I didn't even do any code changes. I made one change on Botcraft Pro and it synced
Wow.
into the website. And now, for everyone in this room, there's a play button right now. Click my link and you will see it. And if you don't have my link, I will attempt to find it. I will find it. I did find it. It has been found. So now I shared it. If you go there right now on your phone, because it's Unlike our demos in IDT, this is actually 100% mobile friendly. So once you click the bot, you are in a mobile friendly place. You can click play. It says, "What's up, Spaces?" And you can say, "Tell me about AI Tutor." You do that, it's going to respond. Once it's done responding, guys, there's going to be a play button. You can actually click this play button, which is so cool. And it will actually talk to you. It's
really cool, Ross.
so cool, guys. Imagine your bot is just talking to your future users.
I mean,
Just
you may not even
imagine.
need like any text on your website if it's a live conversational kind of thing.
Yeah, like this is why we build, man. Like this is why we create what we create. This is why AI Tutor exists. The whole idea is to show people, specifically students by people, and by students, I mean literal students and students of the world like you all. You are all students. You are all forever learning. And if you're not learning, literally go online, go buy a t-shirt that says, "What are you even doing?" Get it printed, get like 3 of them, interchange them weekly until you get the idea and you wake up and smell the coffee.
To give folks an inkling, this is on the recorded line. So, to my students, the young makers from Flint that are listening in, especially the kids from the students that are for the School of the Deaf and Blind, right there across the street from Kettering, the tool that Ross just created is especially for you. When you visit the sites, you'll be able to talk with a robot. So, for those that have impairments, websites have now just upped their game. So I wanted to thank Ross publicly for all of the young makers that will be listening in tomorrow morning in their class at 10
Yes,
a.m.
you are
So
right.
thank you.
You are 100% right, and you are welcome.
Yes,
And I'll
we
also
are.
just say,
Thank
like,
you.
you know what's even crazier is that voice isn't me or Nick or Alice or anyone. But you know what's crazy? Go to AI Tutor Premium, head over to Magic, train your real voice, and you can grab it right now and put it in your website. Imagine your website talks in your voice. Can you imagine? Okay, first of all, Dave, I know everyone makes this joke and like says, "Hey, tell me bedtime stories. You have the best voice." Literally, what do you do with that info? Let me tell you. Chatbot, website, your voice. That's what you do. You take your voice and you put it at the face of your brand. Because now you could do this. You can literally go to AI Tutor Premium, train your voice.
I think that's such a fun
It's
idea.
so
I think I'm gonna
crazy.
do that
It's
just for
so
fun.
crazy. And you say
Bedtime
it's
stories
fun.
with Dave.
Yo, you say it's fun. I think people will love it.
I mean,
I think people would go to your website just to hear you roast their landing page. Do you know how crazy that is, Dave? Such a cool way of using this tool.
Yeah, I like it. I like it so much.
And that's why I want you guys to leave here with, and Josh Hellman and Cash Money and Mattia, you already know you guys are the change makers, and without you, this doesn't exist. I mean, we deal with so much, if you could even put yourselves in our shoes for like 5 seconds, that we don't even, and I know it sounds kind of like pretentious, but I promise you it's not. We actually don't even have time to set this up, believe it or not. That's how busy we are. The fact that he sets this up and makes this happen and creates the environment where this can occur is so awesome. And I hope he continues to do it. And I hope Cash Money, Mattia, and Josh, you continue to create this environment, because this environment is the environment that people actually need to grow and succeed. And because of your famous saying, collaboration is the new currency, then this is the ultimate exchange of currency. So I hope you continue to facilitate this. And if you continue to facilitate this, we will continue to bring forth the most powerful education the world has ever seen.
and
So
if I
that
could
is my closing notes.
just highlight one point. If you ever wanted to be
Yeah,
omnipotent,
please.
this is how you be omnipotent. You can be everywhere at once now.
I'm cloning Dave's voice.
Be careful. Be careful with that. Ross, I'll say, man, let's keep these stars aligned as long as we can. Let's keep it open. Let's keep these rooms going. I think the Idea to Impact series, I know we're on the second ever course of that, but I think we're just getting started. And even how we teach it, what's available, how many people are here. I think all of that is going to continue to grow and iterate in both, incremental and radical ways. I am so excited to see what happens here in the next many weeks. Folks, I want to encourage you. A lot of you are thinking of an idea that you're building a site for. I know that you're doing that. I think a lot of you are learning skills at the same time, but there's some idea that you have that you're wanting to learn these skills for. And I want to encourage you to start talking about that earlier than later. When you talk about your ideas, you end up having more of them. And I want to invite you guys, please go to the Innovators Think Tank website, apply to pitch. We want to hear from you on Saturday. What's the idea? What are you working on? Start getting feedback. Your pitch does not have to be ready to go for investors. It can say, hey, I'm looking for feedback on my idea. But what you need to be able to do is craft a solid 60 seconds to come on in and share a comprehensive view of what you're doing. But I want each and every person in here to kind of reflect and look at themselves and say, hey, have I been talking about my great ideas enough? Have I gone out there in the public and put them out there and gotten some feedback? We talked about just last week, I think Conrad was here talking about the art and the value of feedback. We said that feedback, getting that is information, and that we're the agents of change for our projects, for our ideas. They're not just going to get the information and change themselves. We're going to build them. So folks, seek that feedback, seek it here inside these sessions, seek it on Saturday, absolutely. But my point is let's keep these stars aligned as long as we can. Sarah, I am so grateful for your commitment and your time that you've given to each and every one of these folks. It's beyond words. It is unbelievable. And I cannot wait for the future of the ITT, the future of TSI, the future of Sarah, of Dave, of just all these people who have continued to be just like relics of value creation inside this think tank. I just want to thank you guys. And I know there's so many more names to put out there, people on stage, Brad, Douglas, Smoke, Morgan, Karis, Dallas. Those of you who are inside the tank right now, we appreciate you guys coming and being part of these Idea to Impact series, building a WordPress site. Week number 2, I think, is in the books. Don't forget to set your reminders for ITT number 55 this weekend. We're going to have some jam-packed fun. We're going to have, 6 to 8 to 10 hours of just one heck of a good time. So set your calendar reminders. If you're not already in the ITT ecosystem and you're on week 2 of building your Idea to Impact, folks, get over to the Think Tank website, get connected. You know that we have a lot of great things coming, and big shout out to Luke, our developer, who makes all of this he's like the glue, right? He's like the glue between what we do up here on stage, making sure that we have all of this organized between TSI. What he's been able to do is provide a way for all of this to come together. So shout out to Luke. If you're not following that man, go follow him. If you want an inspiration for a website, I think that the ITT site, shout out to Dave Meir as well for some of the design mind and some of the thinking that goes on. And what you see on the ITT website now is some of the product of Dave Meir's mind. So guys, you have resources around you. Ask people. Don't just come up with one question and ask one person and be satisfied. Come up with some great questions, ask many people, figure out what makes sense, separate the wheat from the chaff, and charge forward. You have a lot of resources here. You really, really do. I don't think that we have too much more for this second week. If anybody has any last thoughts, Ross, I see you got a beautiful yellow hand up, my friend. We'll go ahead and give you the mic for any thoughts. Cash Money, Mattia, if you guys are in a place that you want to give some closing notes, feel free to put a hand up. We'll go over to you guys and we'll close this out. We'll get everybody to bed. I know if you're in New York, you're like, man, it's almost tomorrow. I get it. Ross, we'll give you the mic.
2 things. Thank you for everyone who came tonight, first of all. Second of all, Josh Hellman, you have helped right now in Twitter over 50 innovators in real time accomplish their future dreams. And on the universe, like over 500 people have tuned in across all social networks, which is just the definition of impact. And if you guys need help, literally there is a Slack channel, not just a Slack channel. No, not just a Slack channel that just deletes after 30 days. No, a pro Slack channel that you can join and you are immediately given as if you're paying $10 a month. And if you're listening to the replay, great, you'll get everything you need. And if you need help, we're here for you. And I don't know the future of this. Like I can be the first one to just tell you I don't. Neither does Josh, neither does Alice or Nick, Mattia or Cash. But I can tell you one thing. We are gonna make impact. And if it's not today, it's tomorrow. And if it's not tomorrow, it's the next day. And if it is today, then you know what happens tomorrow? More impact. And we are relentless. Just know that. And we are going to make sure every single person that rolls through here has a functioning website by the end. And I have no words in the English language to tell you how important this is. But I'll just tell you it's really important. We really appreciate all of you. And Josh Hellman, Cash Money, and Mattia, you guys are awesome. And Sarah, you are just so great for helping and then also buffer zones when GPUs are on fire or when servers are crashing. And I always nominate Dave for a random like 5-minute segment and he always is just there. And you guys are just the best community. And I wish, I'm going to tell you one thing, Josh, and I wish I had the time to do what you're doing and like create a community because really, that really can help people. Like this can help people. I just don't have the time. And it's so awesome that you have already created this community and all we got to do is come in and show people a show and educate them and give them stuff. And so I just don't know how this would be possible without you guys doing this. So I'm sorry for extending the closing notes, but I think this thing that you're doing is so impactful. It's so unbelievable. And I wish I had a way to like screenshot the DMs and like post them live in a way that makes sense and looks pretty. And it doesn't yet. And I will make that. But Josh, like, I don't know what your DMs look like, but I've got like over 15 that are explaining how amazing this is. And they're coming in like every 2-3 minutes. And I think when you have that kind of feedback, that's not like necessarily in the public, but like via DM, I think it's really powerful. And you really are helping so many people. And together we can help so many people. And it's so incredible that this is like actually real and not just like some stupid Twitter post that you see on your timeline, like make money with ChatGPT and like generating images and making websites. This is like the step-by-step reality process of doing that. And I actually don't even know what I would pay for something like this. At my time when I needed it, I probably would have paid anything, like whatever money I had access to, because this is crazy what you're doing. And if you don't understand what's happening right now, take a moment, reflect for like a second, and then go rewatch it because we're going to put it up immediately. And then you can honestly see how we're going super slow. We're making sure everyone's activated. We're making sure you know what buttons do. We're making sure you know what buttons are. And I want to say one extra thing. Josh Hellman, Cash Money, and Mattia, all three of you, and Sarah, guys, I know you're super busy during this whole process, and I know you're not participating, and that is not great, but I understand why. So after this process is over, just know y'all are activated for forever and eternity. You can revisit this and build your site. And for each one of you, it means something different. I don't know what it means, but I'm sure it means something. And so you can go there to your cPanel and make something whenever you get a chance. Just know, I know what goes on. Our team is all hands on deck during this time. But also what we're doing, you all have access like forever and beyond, as Buzz Lightyear says in Toy Story. So that is the true closing notes.
Ross, I think one of the coolest things is that history doesn't remember people, but how you touch the lives of other folks and use your superpowers for good. That's how you become an immortal. You're a story worth retelling because of the things that you've done for other people. They tell your story after you're gone. And what's so beautiful about this space is it's not just us, behind the scenes and the DMs. It's how I'm watching in slow motion each and every one of you help each other. You know, you come out of the woodwork. There are so many DMs behind the scenes of people in this space because you're in the trenches together. You know, there's a saying that, um, you know, Winston Churchill said that when you're going through hell, just keep going. Because if you're lucky enough, the devil won't know that you're there. You'll escaped it, right? There's something profound about being in the trenches and building side by side with somebody. It's contagious. That courage is contagious, just like fear is, but courage to do is absolutely contagious. And as each of you posted your websites tonight, every single one of us, we're doing a happy dance, not just for ourselves, but for each and every person. As you put up your websites as proof of person that I showed up, I did it, I did the thing, and I learned the skill. And I just want to commend each and every one of you who invested in yourself, but more so, who refused to let anybody stay behind, that you used the things that you learned immediately to teach us to learn twice. And I don't know if you know the profound nature of that yet, but it truly is that once you get something, whether it's Smoke coming out of the woodwork or Dave coming out of the woodwork or Douglas coming out of the woodwork, explaining something, it's to teach us to learn twice because you understand the material so much that you can convey that to somebody else. And in that moment, that's a touch point. That's a network of people. And all of us are interconnected in incredible ways, and we're building incredible things. And we may never know how this is all going to play out or how it's going to affect history. But I can tell you this, I have met the coolest people. You know, biology gives us one family, but we have the unique opportunity to show up and cobble together an extended family, a pocket family, all of us together. And so I am just insanely proud of each and every one of you. And it's a privilege and an honor to be present to see you win. It is. It's one of the greatest joys of my life is to see strangers, underdogs, folks that were not given a chance, people that were kept out by gatekeepers decide to change their stars and do awesome. So I can't wait to see what you build. Nick, Alisher, oh, my dear Ross, I love you three more than you'll ever know. What you're doing for young kids in New York is incredible. Each person, I don't know if folks know, and maybe on the recording, when you do subscribe, a digital twin copy is given to a kid. And so it's changing the lives and multiplying that gift of learning. And so, you know, when you think about it in those terms, it's a little bit even more profound and humbling that we're all learning together and making sure that the next generation is equipped with the right skills that they need and the right tools that they need. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for your time. You could have spent it anywhere, and you chose here, which is pretty damn special. So, Josh, Cash Money, Matea, Luke, all four of you, I should say, keeping the lights on and making sure that everything was stable. All of the different streams, not just X, but all of the different streams, and all of you folks that are listening in on the recording after the fact. Go on to greatness. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the post mortem at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. For those of you that are staying up all night, there will be a couple of us doing the same. If you need anything, you can DM, you can tag us on the timeline. Keep careful notes so that you can bring them to the table on tomorrow morning around a cup of coffee, and we'll make sure that everybody gets settled and sorted. So have a wonderful, wonderful evening, folks. Thank you once again. Josh, it's a tremendous honor. It's a privilege to be in your room, and thank you for being my friend. I just can't thank you and your wife to be for your presence in my world. So you continue to shine and use your superpowers for good too, my friend.
Sarah, I absolutely am so lucky to have you in my life as well. I hope you realize that. I just learned so much from you. We were talking about Larry Goldberg, and I think that he's incredibly phenomenal and awesome. And Sarah, I want you to know that I throw you up in the class with the with titans like that. 100%. When I think about amazing creators, amazing teachers, people who are actually making a dent in the world, I really do think very highly of you. I hope you know that, and our whole team does. We are very lucky to be in your life. So when I heard you say that, it just like took me back. I want you to know we're lucky. I mean, if that makes us two lucky peas in a pod, then so be it. Ross, my dear friend, we will keep this rolling. I mean, I feel called to make this type of scene happen, and I want it to just grow even further and further. I think what we're looking at is just like the wheat barely beginning to come up the top of the soil here, right? And I think that this is we're just getting started of what it means to do these sessions. I know I say that often, but I want to encourage you guys that this is not just a flash in the pan. This is a long process, a long cook of making a great community. And I'm really excited about what we're building, Ross. So to have people like you of your stature and of your caliber to come in here and help innovators transform ideas to impact, just like we're doing in these series, to me is priceless, totally priceless. So look, also, if you have not listened to last week's ITT, Larry Goldberg, 78-year-old entrepreneur, investor, innovator, I definitely go catch that. Definitely go catch that. Douglas was on last week. Definitely go catch that. Conrad was as well. I just want to encourage folks. I think a lot of you familiar faces that I saw last week in the ITT, but folks who are on other platforms, please do go to my profile on X, hit on highlights, look at ITT number 54. And I think that that's a gem, one for the books. But also I want to let folks know that I think we're just getting started. Innovator interviews during the ITTs on Saturday. Who liked that? Who liked the innovator interviews? Oh, we got Larry Goldberg, on stage, and that's the beginning as well. I think this think tank, this innovators think tank, the ITT, is going to allow the stage to be blessed by so many incredible innovators and entrepreneurs as we grow, and we're going to learn from them, folks. We're going to learn. If you have questions that you want to ask, what I'm going to do is maybe the day before or 2 days before, if we have a big speaker inside the ITT hub over there, I'll put who's coming, and then you guys can put some questions, and that way our community can ask some stuff to these folks that are on the way. And let me tell you, there are some amazing heavy hitters that we're going to see in the ITT in the future. I'll tell you what. So folks who have been here for the last couple hours, 4 hours and 35 minutes to put it exact, you guys are incredible. Go have a beautiful night. Well done learning tonight. Very, very well done. As Sarah said, as we noticed, you could be anywhere, but you are here this evening. You're pushing yourself. Smoke was biking home at 60 miles an hour just to make it here. No helmet, just to make it here in time. We got Dave at the other side of the pond up till the wee hours of the morning. It's incredibly cool to see the global community come and learn like this. Well done to each and every one of you. Pat yourselves on the back.